Summer lingers in the air, in the sound, open skies, worn boots. One more night before it's gone. Gulls summer send-off.
The Gulls take game one.
And he's looking for the strikeout to put an exclamation point on this series, and he does.
And for the first time in franchise history, the Sylvan Lake Gulls head to the WCBL championship. There will be a new WCBL champion this season.
That's got a chance.
a home
Where
run.
is it going?
Good
is it
night.
enough? Yes, it does. Marcus Abelhosen with the walk-off homer.
The Sylvan Lake Gulls have got the dog off their back. They are headed to the WCBL championship final with an 8-4 win.
The third and final game of what has been a great and close series between the Cactus Rats and Gulls goes down right here in Sylvan Lake. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you tuning in to Gulls baseball right here on FloCollege, brought to you by Visit Sylvan Lake. I'm Cale Clark, welcoming you in to the Gulls Nest for what has been a very entertaining series to watch in the WCBL. In case you missed it, after the Cactus Rats upset the Gulls in game one, which ended in very dramatic fashion, it was taken to a whole new level last night as both teams picked up from where they left off on Wednesday night, exchanging runs right until the bitter end as the Gulls had the flair for the dramatic. As we take a little bit of a rundown of what happened, they were trailing by 2 runs heading into the end of the bottom of the ninth, I should say, and then it was a ground out, and it was a missed throw that then kind of things went from bad to worse. Wild pitch that scored a run in, and then it was just one left at the tying run at third. And of course, Coleman Perry, he was 0 for 3 on the night, and he finally gets the base hit. And then, of course, the hero, John Boy Rittenhouse, drilling the walk-off run to give the Sylvan Lake Gulls a little bit of that come-from-behind win over the Energy City Cactus Rats, now splitting this series 1-1 as we head into game 3. But before that, Rittenhouse had to also make a sensational grab out in right field in that 8th inning after the Cactus Rats scored 2 runs, tying the game to keep them from taking that lead in that frame. So a crazy night it was for both fans in attendance and those watching on. As we take a look at our starting pitcher for tonight, that is returning Sylvan Lake Gull, Ramses Guerrero, who came in for an inning against the Okotoks Dogs on opening day and got into some trouble, giving up 5 runs on 5 hits in 1 inning of work. So he'll be looking for a little bit of a bounce back game, getting the ball in this one. And here is who he's going to have to face as we take a look at the Cactus Rats batting order in the 1-2-3 batters. Stephen Fermin, of course, playing at center field, the leadoff hitter for the last couple games now. Dan Kawanishi is back at a positional defensive position, so he'll be at second. And then Riley Quack is the 1-2-3 batters. He's in right field tonight. And of course, Micah Cervantes, who's been so solid in this series and so far to start for the Cactus Rats, will round up the batting order. This is the defense for the Sylvan Lake Gulls. A couple changes a little bit in this one. Elias Duncan being one of them in behind the plate, comes in to catch balls and strikes from Ramses Guerrero. John Boy staying in right field. Dominic staying in center. Isaiah Nolan is going to be in the left field, and then Shaver at third. Tylen Gray's at short. And of course, Over at second base, Joey Moreno steps in as well with Coleman Perry at first. So, yeah, some exciting stuff after what we saw last night. Let's see how it carries over into Game 3 of this 3-game series between the Cactus Rats and the Gulls. First pitch inside for ball number 1, 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Guerrera starts Fermin off with. A night that turned into being a pretty nice one. The sun has come out right for first pitch. You couldn't ask for it any better as, you know, it was a little bit scary looking coming into the ballpark tonight. There was a lot of thunderstorms in the area this afternoon, and I mean, there still are pockets of heavy clouds and thunderstorms kind of roaming around, threatening a little bit, but right now it looks pretty nice over Gulls Field in Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada. Third pitch coming in for ball 2, so 2-1 the count to Stephen Fermin. That one fouled off for a strike. 2-2 the count. That brings it to even. Well, Energy City, you know, they have been a really good team this year to start off the season, giving Sylvan Lake everything they can really handle. I mean, they're being led in a big way with the bats and defense from, you know, guys like Micah Cervantes going 5 for 8 in this series alone. Dan Kawanishi, of course, has had a big impact in this series as well. And, you know, really all up and down the order. Riley Quack has had some good at-bats as well. So, you know, all these guys have been contributing on any given night. And Stephen Fermin, you know, the center fielder, has had to make some big catches defensively as well out at center field and left field. If you remember in Game 1, he took one right off the fence, and he lines this right up the middle for a base hit to lead things off, as it's a little bit of deja vu for Sylvan Lake, as this is what the Energy City Cactus Rats have done now the last 2 nights in a row. They hit balls right back where they came from, up the gut, and that lands for a base hit pretty much every time. It's a tough play for Sylvan Lake to defend on. So a good position hit there by Fermin gets things going in a big way for Energy City. So they had a great start on Wednesday night, a slower start last night, and they're off to a pretty solid start so far this evening early on. Again, if you're just tuning in, Cale Clark here with you on the Gulls broadcast on FloCollege, brought to you by Visit Sylvan Lake. Great to have you tuning along as this ball is fouled behind the Gulls dugout, hits the picnic table, and lands harmlessly over in the patio, Provincial Vodka patio. Ramses Guerrero will check over at first, and Fermin getting back in time. There's the first throw back to first. And there's been a little bit of everything in this series. We've seen pickoffs, we've seen home runs, we've seen some trickery, we've seen some small ball, long ball, you name it. We've seen it all really in this 3-game series between the Gulls and the Cactus Rats. Ramses Guerrero really keeping Fermin in check over at first. And that's another thing that Energy City has done really, you know, well in, is the base running. Aggressive base running, you know, manufacturing runs, getting guys in position to really try to take advantage. And this one is hit pretty hard to right center field, but settling underneath of it is Dom Giusti, who gets there in time for out number 1. And a great play there by the center fielder early in this game to get himself involved. Dom Giusti with the bright cleats out at center field. And we'll talk about him in just a little bit when they come to the batting order for the Sylvan Lake Gulls, because there's been a little bit of some changes with the way the batting order shapes up for the Gulls, and I'm excited to kind of talk to you about it. This will bring up Riley Quack, the right fielder for Energy City. One away just got underway here in Sylvan Lake, Alberta, between the Energy City Cactus Rats and the Sylvan Lake Gulls. Great to have you tuning in. It's a pleasure as always. We thank all fans, whether you're Energy City fans, Gulls fans, or just baseball fans in general watching on. Thanks for tuning in. Two 2-0 to Quack. And another throw over to first to keep Coleman, Perry, and Shack. Well, I'm by myself tonight, ladies and gentlemen, so I'll do my best for you to keep you entertained as the night goes on, and to help me kind of keep you entertained and keep this game fun to watch. I have a couple special guests that will be joining me as this game goes on, so definitely stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Excited to bring in these guests for you as the night rolls on. So 3-0 the count to Quack. Ramses Guerrero, as I mentioned, had that one inning in Okotoks and gave up 5 hits, 5 runs. And he finds the strike zone there with a 92-mile-per-hour pitch. Have to work himself back into the count as he takes a little bit of a peek over at Jordan Blondell. And you wonder if he's in his head about maybe making sure that they don't send the runner, and Steven Fermin. Good pitch there, 94 on the gun. Beats Quack, so a full count now. So Ramses Guerrero has worked himself back in this count. The kid from Panama City, Panama. And he throws back to first to keep things in check. He goes to Faulkner University. That's just tipped off to stay alive for Quack at the plate. Ramses Guerrero, one of those guys, you know, he definitely takes his time on the mound. We've seen different styles from different pitchers, of course. Some guys like to just release that ball as soon as they get it. Some guys really like to take their time, read the play, make sure, and that's what kind of Guerrero's style is a little bit of a slower delivery, but this is popped up in the air high. It'll stay just shallow left field, and coming all the way over is Tylen Graves to make the catch as he calls everybody off. And a good catch at that as well for out number 2. As Tylen Graves comes quite a ways from his shortstop position, but he has a beat on it all the way and makes the safe grab. So he shares some smiles with his infielders. I think they're probably all giving it to him, saying, hey man, you went a long way for that ball. That'll bring up David Simmons, the first baseman for Energy City. Simmons from Vancouver, BC, University of British Columbia product. Or sorry, I was reading Oscar Moy's profile. Sometimes these rosters are a little close together. My apologies to Simmons. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. And he goes to Campbell University. Sometimes that's what happens when you got polarized sunglasses on. You don't necessarily read things great. I apologize. 2-0 the count to Simmons. Still runner over at first, and this is off the fists, and it'll land in for a base hit and get out to the right field very slowly because things are still very wet out there. So, you know, not only was that soft contact on the ball, but that allowed the runner from first to get all the way over to third, and Steven Fermin. As you take a look at this, yeah, it's kind of right off the fists, but because the field is so wet and so soft, that ball doesn't really roll a whole lot. So John Boy Rittenhouse had to come in a long way to get to that ball before making a play, and of course that allowed Fermin to get all the way over to third, but a good base hit for Simmons to keep this two-out rally alive for the Cactus Rats. That'll bring up Liam Kirsch, who was absolutely phenomenal at the plate last night and behind the plate as well for the Cactus Rats, comes in and he will be the DH this evening. This is what Energy City does a really good job of. They send a pretty good number of batters to the plate on any given inning. There's not a lot of 3-ups, 3-downs with these kind of players, and they send another, start this game with 5 batters going to the plate for now. And Ramses Guerrero's been kind of falling behind in the order quickly on most of the batters. But Liam Kirsch, he had a great performance, went 2 for 4 at the plate last night. And Ramses finds the strike zone. That's up high now, 3-1. Ramses Guerrero looking to avoid a loaded bases situation here. Runners on the corner for the Cactus Rats, looking to break open the scoring early on. They've been a solid team to start this season. Ramses with the throw, and that's going to paint the edge for a strike, as Liam Kirsch thought he had the walk, but he did not. Get to the umpires in the next inning. We'll tell you who all is there. Ramses delivers on the full count. And that's fought off by Kirsch. Foul behind everybody. Yeah, Kirsch went 2 for 4. He had a run and 2 RBIs in last night's efforts. Full count, and it's a called strike. Ramses Guerrero gets out of this inning with no runs scored. We'll be back at the bottom of the first when we come back. There's your starting pitcher for the Energy City Cactus Rats, number 14, Saul Mata, who goes to Iona University, and he had a pretty not bad season over at Iona. 2026, he had 1 save, 19 innings pitched, gave up 32 hits, 24 earned runs, and he had 16 strikeouts in school. And this is who he's going to face. And this is the batting order I was telling you about that's a little bit different. So we've seen Dom Giusti be the leadoff guy, but he has now switched places with Isaiah Nolan, who's usually the last guy in the order. So they got Isaiah Nolan to lead things off. Elias Duncan, Maddox Shaver, the 1, 2, 3 batters. And, of course, Bryce Turner steps back into that DH position after last night's night off. And we'll take a look at kind of now the field for Energy City in behind. And this is what you're looking at in the outfield. Hiraku Akita in left field, Stephen Fermin at center, Riley Quack at right, Seiji Umazawa, Micah Cervantes, Dan Kawanishi, and Daniel Simmons on the infield. Of course, Angel Cartagena does a good job to come back into the lineup here tonight after a night off last night. Cartagena, you know, he had a really good night at the plate and defensively even in Wednesday night's opening round or opening game between these two clubs. So Isaiah Nolan in a unique, different situation, being the leadoff hitter. Scoreless between Energy City and Sylvan Lake, bottom half of the first. Again, if you're just joining us, Cale Clark here with you on the Gulls broadcast on FloCollege, brought to you by Visit Sylvan Lake. And let's take a look at our umpire crew here tonight as you take a look down third base. That's Clayton Wandler. And joining him tonight behind the plate is Lonnie Smith, and over at first for the first time in Sylvan Lake this summer, Don Buskus, the crew chief, back here at Gulls Field. Great to see him back. Got to catch up with him before the game and asked him how his winter was, and he said pretty good. They had 3 weeks in Cuba, a week in Mexico, so yeah, he had quite a nice winter this year. And it's a leadoff walk for Isaiah Nolan. 5 pitches, and he gets a walk down to first. So that's a good start for the Gulls as they get a base runner. And back in the lineup tonight is Eli Duncan.
Now batting the catcher, number 5, Eli.
So Eli, I was talking to him after the game last night, and Eli had supposedly was getting set to come into the game for hitting, and this gets past the catcher in Cartagena. So Isaiah Nolan will make his way over to second. But yeah, Duncan, I mean, before John Boy Rittenhouse walked things off, Duncan said, yeah, I was getting loose. I was getting my helmet on. I had my gloves on. I was ready to come into this game in case, you know, John Boy just got on base, and turns out that he was not needed, which I'm sure he was happy with at the end of the day. A team win is a good win for everyone, but he was excited to hopefully come into that tight situation game with the nail biter and the dramatic finish that the Gulls ended up pulling off. What a night it was for everybody here in attendance. Everybody got their money's worth, that is for sure. It had a little bit of everything. So Duncan quickly up in the count, 2-0. So far, 6 balls thrown by this pitcher in Saul Mata, but he finds the strike zone there. Matt has already had a start this season. He had 4 innings of work. He gave up 2 hits, but no runs. And 5 strikeouts in his first start. And he has Duncan swinging on that one. 2-2. First runner in scoring position for the Gulls, and Isaiah Nolan over at second now. And Duncan sweeps under that and gets a base hit out of it as he lifts that into left field. So a nice hit there by Duncan coming into this game. And Sylvan Lake starting to look pretty solid with the bats to get things going. And speaking of solid with the bats, that brings up our next batter, Maddox Shaver. I mean, what can't we say about this kid? He comes into tonight going 4 for 8 in just this series alone. 4 for 8 in the last 2 games. Maddox Shaver has 2 RBIs and 1 home run. The big homer that we have seen him send over the fence last night. Saw 2 home runs last night. That was something to watch, and he can hit a long ball if he ever connects on one. That one a little outside for ball 2. So Shaver now with 3 RBIs on the year, 1 home run, hitting .400 for the Gulls this summer. Really good numbers. really good. That's English language right there. That's Kale language. But I was talking to him a little bit. I'm like, oh, wow, you're really turning it on with the bat. He's like, no, don't say that. Don't say that out loud. Don't put that in the universe. Because I said, oh, you got to block out the noise. Maddox, Belleville, Ontario kid. Takes a pretty good cut at that one. Evens the count 2-2. Throw down to first. Eli Duncan just getting back in time. Runners on the corner, just like it was for the Cactus Rats. The only difference is there is still 0 outs on the board. Shaver at the dish, and they're sending the runner, and Shaver hits it with the hit and run on the go, and that will score in the first run of this game and send the next runner to third. A well-executed hit and run there by the Sylvan Lake Gulls, and Maddox Shaver just continues to impress. As he lifts this into shallow right field, Isaiah Nolan comes in to score, and Elias Duncan makes his way over to third.
Now batting the first baseman, number 30, Coleman Perry.
And Coleman Perry now comes in, and Perry was clutch Coleman last night. He was 0 for 3 at the dish, and then when he needed to, as they send the throw down to second, and this time Energy City has seen that play one enough. As Stan Kawanishi cuts that throw off, and isn't even worried about the guy going to second. He was more worried about keeping Elias Duncan over at third. So now we have a successful stolen base by Maddox Shaver. And 2 runners in scoring position will prompt a little meeting to the mound for Saul Matta. Sylvan Lake has come to play here on this Friday night. But yeah, Coleman Perry, as I was mentioning, was clutch. He was 0 for 3, and then he drilled a single through the gap of left field, and that was exactly what Sylvan Lake needed, because it tied the game up in the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs facing Perry. He gave everybody a sigh of relief to tie that game up, and then, of course, the walk-off in that same inning with 2 outs. It was a 2-out rally for the Gulls that got the job done last night. So Coleman from American Fork, Utah. Even on one of the nights that we've seen him have more of an off night at the plate, he still managed to find a way to make an impact. And that just tells you what kind of player this kid is at the plate. And that's down and out of the strike zone. So a 3-0 count to Perry here. A walk would load the bases, and guess who's on deck? The next scheduled batters, Tylen Graves and, of course, John Boy Rittenhouse. Not who you want coming up to the plate. And that one paints the corner. But some dangerous batters on deck right now for Sylvan Lake. Already up 1-0, 0 away, 2 hits for both teams. And a big cut there by Coleman. Missing. Full count. Foul down the first base line, off the screen. And that pitch missing up high. So a good at bat for Coleman Perry. Great patience. Will take the walk, and that will load the bases with 0 away. Tylen Graves licking his chops right now, coming up to the plate. And here's another guy that has had a huge impact, not only in the series, but in the season for the Sylvan Lake Gulls. In the series alone, he's gone 3 for 8, 2 RBIs, and the 1 home run. A heavy bat from Tylen Graves, the shortstop for Sylvan Lake. Bases loaded. And he takes the first pitch swinging to foul that off. Now this is just where you don't want to get too greedy. You know there's 0 outs. You still got to be waiting for the right pitch. You want to, have a little bit of patience here. Make sure. And that just missing. Down low. Good try there by Cartagena to frame that pitch, but not getting the call from Lonnie Smith, the home plate umpire. 1-1. Not missing outside. 2-1. Tylen Graves from Tennessee. It's the Southwest Tennessee Community College. Bartlett, Tennessee is where he hails from. Takes a good cut at that. A good pitch by Mata. Now evens the count, 2-2. Here comes the pitch. Outside to bring the count to full now with bases loaded. That's just a little bit of a tough time. Saul Mata had this a couple times. He was up in the count, or he evens the count, and then he goes to a full count. So Tylen Graves looking to take advantage here. And that's a ball. It's going to walk in a run. Tylen Graves with a good at-bat. Will walk in Elias Duncan. And that brings up the hero from last night that walked things off. And here it is. The winning hit. A big one at that as well. A double to walk it off. So Michael Quick came in to score, and everybody chased after him on the field. John Boy Rittenhouse, see what he could carry into this game with still 0 outs. Bases loaded situation. Gulls have now gone up by a pair of runs. John Boy Rittenhouse can really blow this game open with a swing of the bat. And that catches the inside. So Energy City finding themselves a little bit of a hole early on. As we take a look towards the dugout, now they're starting to get a pitcher loose in the bullpen. Not missing down low, but a good stop there by Cartagena. Keep that in front of him. 2-1. And John Boy also making the catch of the year last night in that 8th inning. That's something that really shut the momentum down of Energy City in that 8th inning. They tied the game up with 2 runs in that inning. And John Boy cuts over top of that, sending it foul down the third baseline. Again, after an even count, goes back to full for Rittenhouse. Looks like they're warming up a pitcher already, and that's number 17, Eli Parsons, getting loose for Energy City. There he is there on your screen. And it's another walk, and a run will come in to score. So a good take there by Rittenhouse. And Maddox Shaver now crosses the plate for the 3rd run of the game. And I will think this is the night for Saul Mata, an early night for him at that, starting on the mound. as he just can't seem to find the strike zone and retire any batters early on in this game, and that will do it for Matta. An unfortunate start for him, so we'll bring in our first new pitcher of the ball game. Still in the bottom of the first, Gulls lead at 3-0. We'll be back with more of the first when we come back on Gulls Baseball.
Summer lingers in the air, in the sound, open skies, worn boots, one more night before it's gone. Gulls summer send-off.
The Energy City Cactus Rats turn to the bullpen probably a little earlier than they wanted to in this ball game, as we are still in the bottom half of the first inning, but this is going to bring in the Edmonton, Alberta native Eli Parsons, who goes to Arizona Western Community College, and he's going to face Joey Marino with 0 outs, bases loaded situation. So a tough inning to have to come into. Now they're going to send a guy home, and they'll get him there as Coleman Perry comes in easily, standing up to score another run. And both runners on the bags advance another base as well. So an unfortunate situation there as the catcher, Angel Cartagena, has that one hop away from him. Tried to make the play back to the pitcher, but not in time. So Perry with a heads up base running there comes in to score. And, you know, it's kind of fun to watch, you know, series against teams as well. You know, you get 3 in a row against a team, and that might start to show of, like, okay, what kind of depth does this team have? You know, not only in the pitching staff, but how, you know, the fielders and the infielder are feeling after a few straight games in a row. But definitely it's a big test to the pitching staff as well. And you might start to see where Edmonton's kind of, or Energy City, I should say, sorry, is maybe starting to kind of get to that fatigue moment right now with the pitchers and the arms, and they threw a lot of good arms at the Gulls in those first 2 games. Not to say that they don't have still good arms left to use, but just so far tonight, it hasn't been a pitcher's night for Energy City to start this ball game. Gulls up 4-0 already, and it's still 0 outs. Full count to Marino now. Sylvan Lake just using that momentum from last night, carrying over into tonight as well. And it's another walk. But at least it doesn't walk a run in, as now that just makes the bases loaded all over again for Sylvan Lake. It's the 5th walk of the inning, but the first walk for this new pitcher in Eli Parsons. So that'll bring up Bryce Turner, the DH tonight. Bryce went 0 for 3 just a couple nights ago. And he hits this hard, high in the air. This will be a pop-up catch, playable for center fielder and Stephen Fermin, and he'll throw it in, but another run comes in to score on that sacrifice flyout by Bryce Turner. But at least finally Energy City gets their first out of the inning. So we see our 9th batter of this first inning, and the Gulls are going to bat around the order to start this game.
Number 42, Dom Juicy.
And they got to, carry that momentum from last night into tonight. Also looking to carry it into this weekend, because they're going to need the bats to be going if they're going to keep up with the Lethbridge Bulls on Saturday and Sunday down in Lethbridge as they get ready for a 3-game series against the Bulls. It'll be 2 in Lethbridge, and then they'll return home on Tuesday to wrap up that 3-game series here at Pagano Park at Gulls Field. So Dom Juicy, the number 9 hitter, something that he's not used to yet this year. And he tips that back to the screen. 1-1. The Elk Grove, California kid goes to Whitworth University. Hitting .265 as a junior at Whitworth University, Dom Juicy. At 155 at-bats, 31 RBIs, 41 hits, and 7 more than single base hits as well. So an even count to Juicy. 1 away now. Gulls lead at 5-0, still in the bottom of the first inning. Eli Parsons on the mound for the Cactus Rats. And Juicy swinging on that ball, popping it high and in the air right to the first baseman. Will keep everybody at bay as David Simmons makes the catch. And we'll go back to the top of the batting order for the second time this inning. Isaiah Nolan comes back to the plate.
Left fielder, number 8, Isaiah Nolan.
John Boy Rittenhouse still at second, and Joey Marino over at first. This is grounded right to the shortstop. A flip over to second in time for out number 3 to finally put an end to this first inning, but not before the Sylvan Lake Gulls got on the bats early, and this was an RBI single from Maddox Shaver, and then a sacrifice flyout by Bryce Turner to drive in run number 5. We'll be back with the top of 2.
For more than 40 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Sentinel Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With 15 locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
Have you ever wondered if there's one thing that connects people from across our province? Something that connects the coffee shop to the spray park, or the brewery to the rodeo, the campground to the sports field. It's pretty amazing when you think about how it's all connected, because it truly is, and it's all we think about, so you don't have to.
Ramses Guerrero back on the mound after a nice long break, and he is going to look to get back into this ball game as he just gave up the 2 hits back at the first inning. But again, Cactus Rats, they did get a couple good base hits out of that first inning. Just he finally found a way to strike out the dangerous Liam Kirsch to end the danger and end the inning. And then of course a lengthy bat for the Sylvan Lake Gulls, and he'll face Angel Cartagena, who had a really good game on Wednesday night. He had the night off last night, but on Wednesday night, he went 3 for 5 at the plate. He came around to score twice himself and then drove in a run as well. So Cartagena, was definitely one of those dangerous batters back on Wednesday night. And he hits this ball pretty well into right field. It's sailing all the way back, and it's caught by guess who? John Boy Rittenhouse. That glove just staying hot from where it left off last night, as he had to kind of catch that one over the left shoulder. That wasn't an easy play, as it kind of got up in the air, and that wind kind of might have helped just keep taking it all the way back to the track. And a great grab there by John Boy. Man, is he ever showing off in these last couple games. So great defensive play in the outfield there. And that'll bring up the flashy Hiraku Ikeda, who's got the nice neon gloves. Orange bat. It's looking good, matching that uniform quite well. Had a good chat with the coaching staff of the Cactus Rats, and that beams them. It's Ramses Guerrero with a 93 mile per hour gets Hiraku Ikeda right on the hip, and that looked like it hurt. He's going to trot down to first. Ouch. But as I was mentioning, I was talking with the coaching staff of these jerseys, and it's just such a good luck with Energy City's uniforms. And not a good luck when you get beamed, though, that's for sure. That looked like it hurt. Ouch, and a 93 mile per hour fastball, too. Like, I can't even imagine how these guys fight those off. How they can just walk it off like that. I would be probably needing a stretcher to come get me off the field. That hurts watching. Seiji Umezawa now will come up to bat for the first time tonight. And Umezawa takes this off the fist, goes right to Shaver, who will field it and throw it, and a nice scoop off the turf by Coleman Perry. A little bit of a hop that he had to fight there, but a great scoop nonetheless by Coleman Perry. Wow, it was not an easy grab by any means. For out number 2 is it's kind of one of those plays that you had to be quick for a Maddox Shaver on the run, and he didn't quite maybe get that to where he wanted it to be, but he gets bailed out by his first baseman. I'll bring up Micah Cervantes, and we talked about Micah. I mean, he has been really good in this series, going 5 for 8, 3 RBIs, and 1 run scored. That's impressive numbers. And he's laid down some really good bunts as well. This is a guy I think that they're going to be able to turn to on most nights and expect big things from. One and one to Cervantes, the shortstop for the Cactus Rats. Base runner now over at second as Hiraku Ikeda made his way over on that last play. And that catch is the corner, 1 and 2. Cervantes staying alive, fouling that back to the screen. And why not? Let's take a look also at Cervantes' numbers. I mean, he's 500 on the season coming into tonight's game. Like, not only is he 5 for 8 in this series, he's 500 on the year. That's really good numbers early on to start with Energy City. And that takes a hopper. So Ramses Guerrero doesn't quite get what he wanted on that pitch. That was a really good, they call it ball. That's a good ball in cricket. That'd be a really good one. I think they call it a ball in cricket. I could be wrong. Or a bowl. I'm so bad. I shouldn't even be guessing these things. 2-2. Ramses Guerrero. The ball swung on right to Tylen Graves. He scoops up, makes the throw, and it's in time for out number 3 as the Sylvan Lake Gulls give up no hits in that inning. 1 base runner on and no runs scored. They have a 5-0 lead heading into the bottom of the second.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
Great shot of our fan base here in Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada. I mean, it's somebody with a firefighter helmet on and that picnic table. I don't know what kind of bet that guy lost. I don't know what you're wearing that for. Maybe in case a foul ball comes over and you're not paying attention. I mean, really, it's actually a smart move by that guy. Heads up play by him and the crew there. But no, it looks like a great night to take in some baseball here on a Friday night to kickstart the weekend. Maybe not the warmest night. Definitely guys are layered up in some hoodies and jackets and things like that. But at least the sun's out and at least it's not pouring rain right now. Definitely some clouds kind of looming around right now. We're crossing our fingers, find some wood to knock on and hope that it stays away so that we can get a complete 9 in here in Sylvan Lake. We've had enough rain over the last several days, and of course because of all that rain, it's cooled things down a little bit, and so we're hoping things will heat up in just a little bit. But this weekend it's not supposed to really get all that warm in Alberta. It's actually going to be staying pretty chilly, I think, in the low teens of the Celsius range, and I say Celsius because I know there's a lot of American folks watching on, so yeah, it's not warm. That's definitely pretty cool weather for this time of year. And this is softly hit right off the swing, and it's going to be a base hit for Eli Duncan, his second base hit of the night. Not something that you drew up, but it worked for him as it was very, very soft contact on that swing. And we'll take a look at it. Basically an unintentional bunt here on a full swing. Went not very far, just down the third baseline, and it worked. He's on base. So they'll bring up Maddox Shaver to face Eli Parsons, who's getting his first full inning of work since coming in the first. And then they're sending Eli Duncan to second, and he's safe just. Wow. Great running and speed there by Duncan to get there in time, but let's watch the replay. I thought maybe he would have been tagged out here. That was a really good throw by Cartagena, and the throw comes in with time, but oh, that's close. I think Duncan just slid right around the tag in time to get a hand on that base in time, so wow. A nice stolen base there by Duncan. And Shaver already with an RBI single in this game. Picks up from, well, where he is started this season as a Sylvan Lake Gull. Three 3-0 the count. coming inside. Just as Shaver thought maybe he was going to get a 4-pitch walk there, but catches the corner. Cactus Rats, you know, last night they got a lot of those calls on the outside corner, and you could see that they're trying to attack that outside zone, but it's just not working for them tonight. They've been missing the strike zone away from the batter on a number of times, and that misses again away from the batter for another walk. But that's only the second walk that Eli Parsons has given up since coming into this game. He did a good job when he did come in. He put out a few batters. Yeah, there was some, you know, obviously bases loaded situations, so Turner with a sacrifice flyout did drive in another run. However, he did retire the remaining batters after that. Coleman Perry at the plate, first baseman. And this time, that catches the outside corner. So they've been missing on that outside, but this time that found the zone. Lonnie Smith might have heard me down there. And Perry sends this into right center field, and it's going to drop for a base hit. They're waving him home. Eli Duncan getting on his horse, and he'll come in to slide for another run scored by the Sylvan Lake Gulls. And for a second there, I thought maybe he missed the home plate when he came in to slide, but luckily he did go back and double check and make sure. And Coleman Perry now getting an RBI single. Yeah, that left foot, that was close. I don't even know if he touched it, and even his buddy there. And that's Tylen Gray saying, go touch that plate just to make sure. And so he did. And Energy City wasn't really paying attention, so no harm done there anyways, but a good RBI single by Coleman Perry. Found the gap. So Tylen Graves back at the plate, had an RBI, well, a walk that led in a run in. And he grounds this to his position in Cervantes, who flips it over to second, trying to make the double play, but not in time, as Graves beats out the throw just in time. But Perry will be thrown out at second. Graves gets on with a fielder's choice, and Manic Shaver over at third. Runners on the corner for John Boy Rittenhouse. One away.
The right fielder, number 7, John Boy Rittenhouse.
John Boy from Scottsville, Virginia, goes to the University of the Cumberlands, and we will get some stats from him on his college numbers here in just a moment. It was hitting .392 this year at the University of Cumberlands. He had 212 at-bats, 83 hits, 16 home runs, and 75 RBIs, a .712 slugging percentage. I mean, holy cow, those are almost video game numbers right there. That's some good stuff there, as he had a really good year over at the University of Cumberlands. And I mean, clearly he's picking up from where he left off, because he's starting quite solid for the Gulls this summer, and he hits this hard. This is going to center field all the way back, and it's off the wall. Wow, that had a lot of heat behind it, and he drives in 2 runs. A 2 RBI double for John Boy. That almost left the park. Hit the about halfway, 3/4 of the center field wall right beside the 400. Going the long way. And John Boy's bat continues to stay hot as well. So another meeting on the mound here for Jordan Blundell and the Energy City Cactus Rats. And the Gulls are quickly up to an 8-0 lead, as that will do it for the night on Eli Parsons. And they'll bring in another pitcher as that bullpen is like a rotating door right now early on in this game, and we'll see another pitching change for Energy City. When we come back, you're watching Gulls baseball on FloCollege.
For more than 40 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Sentinel Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With 15 locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
Yo, Dustin, you going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
Now batting the second baseman, number 21, Joey.
Welcome back to Gulls baseball. We continue things off here in the bottom of the second inning. The Gulls now up 8-0 over the Energy City Cactus Rats. An absolute explosive start by Sylvan Lake, and a little bit of some issues and problems that the Energy City Cactus Rats have ran into here early on in this one. They bring in now number 25, the affiliate, Tavin Anderson, coming into this game now. As Anderson from Camrose, Alberta, so not far from here. And Tavin from Camrose, Alberta will look to hope to keep things at bay and kind of slow the bleeding here that has quickly turned into a pretty heavy stream of hitting and plays by the Gulls offense. Joey Marino at the plate now. 3-0 the count to Marino, as Anderson now also struggling to find the strike zone since coming in. 3 first pitches, balls. And that hops in the turf for ball 4. And a stolen base as well by John Boy Rittenhouse to get over to third. So runners on the corner now. And it's 1 away still for Energy City as we take a look at the screen, the field, and yeah, it's starting to get a little dark again. Clouds have rolled in a bit. The sun has gone under some pretty big clouds, so things are going to cool down a little bit here for the weather. And Energy City obviously hoping things cool down on the Sylvan Lake Gulls offense here, as Bryce Turner, that gets past everybody and actually hits Turner at the plate. That will load the bases. Oh my, things are just going from bad to worse for Energy City here. And I believe Tavin Anderson is yet to find a strike zone. That's 5 straight pitches that aren't over the plate, and that hits right off the foot of Bryce Turner as he winces a little bit. So back to the bottom of the batting order, Dom Giusti. And back to the top batting order on deck, Isaiah Nolan. So Dom Giusti watches finally the first one go by for a strike. And Giusti lines us to the third baseman. They're going to try to turn the double play here, and that is exactly what they're going to do to get out of this inning. A huge double play after Giusti lines it right to Seiji Umezawa, and he doesn't miss these very often. A great scoop, quick throw, and they turn the double play just like that to end this inning. The Gulls, though, score 3 more runs and now up 8-0 heading into the third.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
Everybody having fun at the ballpark, including young fans like that guy, and some kids taking in the action here, and some adults taking in the beverages. It's all in all a great night to be at the ballpark, and I know the league's motto this year is summer's always better at the ballpark, and it really is. I mean, my goodness, what a great facility we are lucky to have here in central Alberta, Canada, and it helps when your team's up by 8 runs heading into the top of the third. I mean, it has been an explosive start for the offense for the Sylvan Lake Gulls, and they've done a good job limiting the offense from the Energy City Cactus Rats. But the Rats obviously going to be looking to start to chip away at this big lead and hole that they have found themselves in, as Stephen Fermin last at bat had a base hit leading things off. And he's a pretty good batter for this club as well. Hitting, well, not the greatest to start, 176 so far averaging, but he's got already 2 RBIs on the season and 3 hits. 1 that went for extra bases. So 1-2 the count, as Ramses Guerrero can now kind of settle into this game and play with a nice cushy lead. And Guerrero just missing inside on that pitch, evening the count 2-2. Ball swung on and hit well into the gap of left center field, and that will be the 2nd consecutive base hit for Stephen Fermin. And that's what Energy City needs right about now. Good cut on that ball that lifts over the head of the shortstop of Tylen Graves. That'll bring up Dan Kawanishi. And then, of course, Riley Quack will be on deck. Kawanishi flew out to Dom Giusti his last at bat. And Ramses quickly up 0-1. Painting the corner there, 0-2. going to get a timeout called here by, this time, the catcher. As Ramses Guerrero, you know, he's ran into a few things and issues with, well, not issues, but Eli Duncan and him haven't necessarily been on the same page the whole time tonight. I mean, there's been a couple times where Eli Duncan's calling some plays and Ramses Guerrero shaking his head, no, I don't like that. I don't want that. No, thanks, no. So I think that visit was just Eli trying to kind of, okay, what do you want to do here? Let's get on the same page a little bit. But as Ramses Guerrero, now you see him shaking his head, okay, yeah, I like that. So we'll see here with the 0-2 count. Ramses Guerrero throws that inside for ball one. Pretty good pitch, too. Trying to get a guy to cut at that one. So something I do want to point out to you, folks at home watching, is that something new this year that I noticed in the crowd behind home plate. And another inside pitch missing. Evens the count 2-2. Is see where those ladies are standing just kind of right above the Visit Sylvan Lake. 2 rows up. The one lady's eating, looks like a hot dog there. Those, I believe, are upgraded seats. So those are sponsored by Canadian Tire here in Sylvan Lake. And every game, they upgrade 2 lucky fans to sit in better seats for the remaining of the game. And they do it usually pretty early on, as this is fouled off, just left of the Gulls bullpen. And so those ladies, I believe, would have gotten upgraded to those seats. And I also see, a good point out there by my producer on the right-hand side, right behind basically the umpire, a couple rows up, is owner's wife, Jen Schitzel. So she's also in amongst the crowd here tonight. But yeah, pretty cool that's what you know, the partner of the Sylvan Lake Gulls has done this year, the local Canadian Tire, doing a cool free seat upgrade for some lucky fans in attendance. So every night they go and pick out these fans and tell them, hey, we got you a better seat up front, up close and personal. Dan Kawanishi, full count to him. The throw over to first to keep things in check after Ramses Guerrero was up in the count, 0-2, and now great patience by Kawanishi to bring it back to full. 0 outs on the Cactus Rats. And this is hit hard into right field, and another base hit to lead things off here in the 3rd inning, as Energy City starting to put the bats together here in inning number 3. Back-to-back base hits. And that'll bring up Riley Quack. So things starting to look good here for Energy City. And it looks like Gulls are going to start to send some guys over towards the bullpen here, as Ramses Guerrero now pitch count getting at 50.
Riley Quack.
Quack flew out to shallow left field, where Tylen Graves ended up making the catch. And this ball swung on, and it's going to be lifted, a blooper into the no man's land. Tylen Graves has to go back after it, and he'll throw it in. But another base hit, 3 base hits for Energy City as they start to have Ramses Guerrero figured out. And bases loaded with 0 away, and the batting continues to heat up, and no matter what point of the game it is, it could be an 8-0 lead, it could be a 15-0 lead. I don't think you can count out the Energy City Cactus Rats at any given moment. So don't go anywhere, folks. It's just starting to get started here, I have a feeling. David Simmons at the plate now. Ramses Guerrero finding himself in a little bit of a hole now, as he's going to see how he can claw himself out of. And Energy City starting to look, just hoping to chip away at this lead. They've been relentless in the last 2 nights and meetings between these 2 clubs. And this is fouled down the 3rd baseline. Good hands by Jordan Blundell, the head coach for Energy City, throwing that ball into the dugout. I don't know if anybody was ready for that, but someone caught it. In fact, looking down at the dugout, one of the players like, oh, he just threw that. Nobody was really paying attention, but we made the catch anyways. 0-2 to Simmons. And Guerrera missing outside. So you see Guerrera obviously gets up in the count. And then that third pitch, he's always trying to test the waters a little bit on getting a batter to chase after it. Last at bat, he threw on the inside. This one he throws away. Might be just because he's a righty. He likes to throw more to the left side of the plate. And he throws it inside, and it's a base hit, and it's going to be 2 runs scored here for Energy City as Rittenhouse bobbles it for a moment, and just like that, the Cactus Rats are now finally on the board. Some good at-bats. Simmons drives that just past Coleman Perry. Zero out still for the Cactus Rats. Runners on the corner.
The designated hitter, number 22.
As Riley Quack has made his way all the way over to third. And this will bring up the DH, Liam Kirsch, who was very dangerous last night. He's the only strikeout on the night for Ramses Guerrera. No panic looking to sit in just yet with the Gulls. So they're hoping to get out of this jam. Oh my, Ramses Guerrera is just might be losing a little bit of it right now. See if he can settle in. Let's watch this pitch come in here as it came in high. Good dodge there by Liam Kirsch. Holy, that would not have felt good if that connected. Guerrera with a throw over at first. It's a pretty gutsy play, knowing that you got a runner over at third. Riley Quack. If that throw gets past Coleman Perry, there's another run scored for Energy City. So you got to be very careful when you're throwing over to first to check the guy with runners at the corner. And Guerrera quickly down 3-0. Kirsch would be happy to take a walk here, load the bases for the second time in this inning. We got 39 for the Gulls warming up in the bullpen right now. And it's a walk. So get a little meeting between the catcher and pitcher here. Slow things down. Trent Chavez is meanwhile getting loose in the bullpen as Matt Haight will come out to visit the mound now. So bases loaded, 0 away. And things are looking very similar to how they looked for the Sylvan Lake Gulls back in the first inning, but this time for Energy City. So trading places a little bit here as the Gulls find themselves in a little bit of a jam for the first time tonight. Nice long visit here. As Matt Haight got a real nice long visit out of that. Giving his pitcher in the bullpen some time to warm up. He's looking that way right now, trying to make eye contact with Chavez, who's about to throw another warm-up pitch here. And still kind of just holding off. But in the meantime, that'll bring up Angel Cartagena. Flew out to the right fielder last at bat. And it's right at the feet of Duncan, who lost it for a moment. Some long innings here to start this game. My goodness, we're only in the top half of the third inning, and it has been an hour and 20 minutes. Wow, we are on base for a long one here tonight if things continue. And this one is a bouncer right to Shaver, who fields it, makes the throw over to first in time, but a run does come in to score as Angel Cartagena does the right thing for the RBI before being thrown out at first. The double play was just not quite there. The hopper kind of fooled him a little bit, and that allowed Cartagena to drive in another run. So 1-0 the count. This will bring up Hiraku Ikeda, who was hit by a pitch back in that second inning. Runners at third and second now, 1-0 the count. And this is fouled down the line. Well, we in the broadcast booth, we have a special guest joining us, just stepping in for a little bit of time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Reese Usselman joining me here in the booth with the new look. No locks, the short, nice, clean cut. Reese, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, of course, thanks.
It's great to see you. How are you doing?
Great, man. I mean, finally getting out, playing some ball. You know, the weather's holding up, so not many complaints on my end.
I love it, and a great start from your team here tonight. 8-3 now. I mean, Cactus Rat's starting to kind of chip away a little bit at this lead as Ramses Guerrero, a pitcher that you've come to know over the last year or so, as this popped right up to Coleman Perry making a good catch in foul territory for out number 2. But yeah, what can we say about, I mean, Ramses, and, you know, of course, you guys will get into a little bit of jams every now and then. It's going to happen, but I think, what do you think? What's going through his head right now with this?
I mean, you know, he's probably like, with this inning right here, he's probably just thinking, you know, I don't got my stuff, but I know I got the stuff to beat him. So I'm sure he's just trying to work his butt off and do what he can to make sure that he gets us back in there with as little runs as possible. But I'm sure it's no short of confidence.
No, absolutely, and it's nice too to have that 8-0 cushion before. You know, you're coming in, and I'm sure for him it's nice to have that little bit of cushion.
That's a good pitch.
Yeah, that is a great pitch, yeah. 0-1 now to this bringing up Seiji Umezawa. Runners at third and second. Getting a little dark out there, Reese. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, buddy.
It's not looking good.
These clouds came out of nowhere, and it's getting pretty dark right now over Gulls Field.
I was just commenting on that. I was watching the game, and I look up, and it's like, oh, man, there it is.
That explains why you came into the broadcast.
Yeah, I was like, you know, if it's going to rain, let's get up here nice and warm.
Absolutely. I don't blame you. We got a little furnace there. If we need to turn it on, we get a little chilly. We can always turn that bad boy on.
Setup.
Right? We're pretty lucky up here, aren't we? I know. I know. You guys kind of go to war every day on the field, and we just sit up here in a nice, warm, cozy booth. I'm not going to lie, though. On those 20-some degree days, I wish I could be out there because sometimes this is like a hot box in the summer. So it's got its advantages. It's got its disadvantages, you know. Again, Reese Usselman joining us here in the broadcast booth. Great to have him back from Langley, BC, going to Hutchinson Community College. And, you know, what was your season like with Hutchinson? I mean, you put some pretty good numbers up this year.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. You know, pitched a little bit. Team was very dominant this year. We had a lot of young talent, which was very helpful.
Nice.
And then our returners did a really good job stepping up and being leaders. So
good.
Yeah, I mean, personally and as a team, we just had a lot of success, and it was a really fun group of guys to play with. Actually, the catcher, Elias Duncan, was one of my teammates, right? So had so much fun playing with him. It was like, hey, why not bring it up to Canada and continue it, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. And what kind of, you know, does he bring to this, I guess, this club this summer? I mean, is he a personable guy? I've got to be. He's quite chatty. He's a good guy.
He's a guy that's going to help you with your game and everything, whether it's mentally, physically. Like, he's a guy that you can go and talk to if you're having any problems, and then just isn't afraid to.
This is hit hard. Seiji Umezawa just sent this over the wall, and Energy City, just like that, back in this ball game.
That's why we score runs, right?
That's why you score runs. A 3-run shot over the left field wall, left in a hurry, and it's now only a 2-run ball game.
Good swing right there.
Holy. Energy City's pumped up right now, and as they should be. They were down 8-0, and now it's an 8-6 ball game.
Don't see that often. Right?
No, you sure don't.
Really
wow. That was a well-hit ball from Umezawa. So, like I said, in this league, and you've been here before, Reese, I mean, you just can't count any team out on any given night, no matter what the score is. Obviously, lots of baseball to be played here tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Energy City plays you guys hard, too. What
they
can you
always
say about
do.
that?
I feel like last year, that was always, you'd think the Dogs would be our hardest ball games, but it was the Cactus Rats for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like, They just don't like losing to the Gulls.
No, they
you know
play
what? We
some
need
of their
that.
best ball. Yeah, and that's what makes it kind of fun, competitive nature.
Exactly.
They play some of their best ball, I find. Yeah, absolutely, against Sylvan Lake.
100. And you know what? It'll be really good to have this series before going into Lethbridge. You know, really competitive team.
Yeah.
So.
He nailed it right on the head there.
This will be really good for us. Real good tests going into that.
Were you listening to the broadcast earlier? Because I swear that's kind of
Really?
how I've been preaching in the last few days. Is that's Lethbridge is going to be a tough team.
It
and
is.
I think
I mean,
that momentum from last night carrying into today, it's going to help carry into obviously on the weekend, right?
And I mean, it was a good series last year against Lethbridge. We watched that. So.
Oh yeah. And they got a lot of heavy bats coming back
They
this
sure
year.
do, and they probably have some cold blood and a little chip on their shoulders.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
It'll be
1
a fun
and 2.
weekend.
Yeah, 1 and 2 to Micah Cervantes, who grounded out to Tylen Graves back in the second inning, and it is a close game now. 6 runs scored here in this top half of the third inning. Obviously, Matt Hape giving his pitcher a chance to get out of this inning. I would think maybe we'll see somebody maybe new coming in, Reese. It looked like we did have a number from him. Can you see who that is from here? Do you know?
Let me see the delivery. That would be my other Hutch teammate, Jordan Clark.
There you go.
There you go.
Wow.
That's the other blue dragon right there.
Don't even have to look at the
Nope.
bullpen camera. Don't even have to look at the roster. You just know that's your another teammate of yours, Jordan Clark.
Exactly.
What can you say about Jordan?
Man, I'm excited to watch him pitch. He's a fiery guy, really competitive. He's a guy that wants to win, hates losing, and I'm really excited to see what he does. He as you can see, he cares. So
yeah.
But he's a really funny guy. He brings the energy on the field, and he keeps the energy high in the locker room as well.
I love that.
I'm really excited to see what he does in this ball game here.
Oh, that's great. 2 and 2 the count, and Cervantes will foul this off down the first baseline.
How did he get that? That was a good pitch.
That was a good pitch. Yeah, he just got a piece of it.
That's the thing. They don't like to strike out.
I mean, yeah. Well, when things kind of get rolling too with the bats, it's sometimes hard to cool them down. You know what I mean?
Contagious, man.
Yeah,
It
it's that
is.
momentum, just contagious.
That's it.
And Cervantes, I mean, he's a heck of a batter. We were talking about it a little earlier. He's gone 5 for 8 in this series alone. Some really good bunts. You've seen those bunt singles that he laid down in the earlier on days in this game. But how about this? It is a strikeout to end this inning that, just came alive for Energy City, an inning that they needed, and now they're only down 2 runs heading to the bottom of the third, and it's an 8-6 Gulls lead. We'll be back with Reese when we come back. Well, it's starting to rain now. The cloud has come over the Gulls field, and people are kind of bracing for cover under the umbrellas. That guy was smart. He knew what kind of weather we get here in Alberta and came prepared. But I'm sure we'll start to see those that didn't bring umbrellas, especially in the club seating, start to make a run for it under the concourse level too, and you see it right here. Yeah, these guys, even though that girl's got an umbrella, she's like, nope, I'm good. I'm still gonna, run for cover here as the rain starts to pour down here in the bottom half of the third inning, and it's been a game. I don't know really what else to say besides an absolute and then Energy City got some momentum going in the top half of that third inning, and they drove in 6 runs. Now only a 2-run game. But, yeah, hopefully no rain delay here. Hopefully we can, get some more baseball in and get at least to inning 5. But, I'm looking at this cloud, Reese, and I don't know. It doesn't look big, but it's probably slow moving where it's just going to be a pain in the butt to, put a damper on things.
That's what it's looking like. I saw that cloud getting close to the field about 2 innings ago, and it doesn't really seem like it's moved that much. So
jeez.
I'm hoping this is 5 minutes of heavy rain and we'll call it a day, but
yeah,
you never know with this weather, right?
Exactly. So Isaiah Nolan will lead things off, top of the batting order here for the Sylvan Lake Gulls, as it's a even count to Nolan, and he's still facing the rookie, the affiliate, Tavin Anderson from Camrose, Alberta.
Got a feel for Anderson right now. No rosin or anything out there. I'm sure that ball's real slippery.
Oh, yes. What is that? That's going to be tough for you guys, hey?
It's tough. You try not to think about it. When I'm out there, it's like, you know what, man, it's going to be wet. Just do everything as you would when it's dry, and whatever happens, happens.
So it doesn't change your mentality with what pitches you're throwing, or does it?
It does a little bit.
Yeah.
For me personally, I might not throw the slider as much,
right,
but you just try not to let it affect you, because once you start thinking about all of that, that's when close pitch.
That was very close. Yeah, I think maybe Isaiah Nolan got the benefit of the call on that one.
So sold it a little bit.
A little bit. Walk there for Nolan. So leading things off here in the bottom half of the third with a walk. A lot of walks tonight from the Energy City Cactus Rats pitching staff. And they run into a little bit of issues. And I was kind of saying it on the air before you got up here that maybe that can come into play with just, it shows maybe the depth of the pitching staff for the team, and now you're also probably with the Sylvan Lake Gulls, you're getting ready for the Lethbridge Bulls too. So Matt Hape and this coaching staff really have to do a good job and a smart detail to, who are we going to throw in for this last game of the series to kind of still make sure we got arms for Saturday.
And I'll say Hape's done a really good job managing that. Oh.
This is popped up back behind the plate, stays in the park, but a tough one for Angel Cartagena to kind of track down, especially when rain's falling directly in your face. You kind of get some rain in the eyes looking straight up in the air, but luckily that falls harmlessly for Elias Duncan.
Yeah, as I was saying, Hape does a great job managing the staff, and the past I want to say it was Wednesday, just throwing a couple guys just 1 inning, kind of treating their bullpen as in game so that they can be ready for Lethbridge. So I know we got Kai Rempel getting ready to throw against them and a few other guys, and Hape just communicating with them and making sure their arms are ready to go and doing whatever they need to do so that we can go out there and dominate the Bulls. Yeah.
And that's something we saw with Braden Stewart, and I know I talked to Matt Hape, and he said that's kind of why they didn't really overextend Braden Stewart's arm that night. He can really throw. I mean, 94 miles, 95, 96 on the gun that he was hitting that night, but they're obviously saving him for a big weekend.
Oh, yeah, because that's a big-time arm right there. I'm excited to see the numbers he puts up this summer, because that's a guy that sure knows how to pitch.
Exactly. Duncan pops it straight up yet again, this time more infield. This will stay in play, and it's going to be caught by Micah Cervantes.
He's been good over there, man.
He has.
He's been making those plays,
So out number 1 of the inning.
You can see him rubbing that rain out of his eyes, though, after making the play.
Oh,
yeah, I believe
it's coming down really good right now. It is. Yeah, you picked a good time to come. You picked a really good time to come up. And, we're right in the middle of it. There's the radar on the Weather Network. And that cloud is covering a lot of it. So I don't know if we're going to be getting dry anytime soon here, Reese.
Well, tell you what, we got some guys in our pen, but the Cactus Rats bullpen is empty. They're staying dry in the dugout.
They're bracing for cover. But
oh yeah.
Sylvan Lake sending a guy to warm up. That would mean that I think Usselman is. Or sorry, Usselman. We're with Reese Usselman right now. That'll mean that maybe Ramses Guerrera night is over.
I think so. High pitch count. It's still early in the summer.
Yeah.
Kind of easing guys into it.
And there's your buddy Jordan Clark being a hero out in that rain right now.
Well, it's funny because I know, man, he's from Jacksonville, Florida, and he has not left Florida until he came to Hutch this year.
Oh,
so
wow.
he is not used to any of the rain or the cold.
Yeah, wake-up call.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's culture shock.
So it'll be exciting to see how he handles it.
And you're a Canadian boy, so you handle this just fine, especially being from Langley, BC. Gets quite a bit of rain over there.
We get some rain, you know. Yeah. I like the rain. You know, it's calming and.
You'd almost have to being from there.
Yeah, exactly.
This is lined over the third baseman's head. It'll be landing in for a base hit. My goodness, Maddox Shaver, like this guy can hit balls for
He's
a living.
automatic.
He is.
I mean, I was just talking with Elias about it earlier today. Just, man, you know what? He hits. He just finds a way. And he hits it hard.
Coming into this game, he was hitting 400 this summer with the Gulls, but coming into this series, I mean, he was going 4 for 8 coming into tonight's game between the last 2 games. He's gone 4 for 8 in the last 2 games. I'm looking at the other guys' numbers here. 2 RBIs, of course, the 1 homer. Like, the guy can hit, and it's impacting this team in a big way. Coleman Perry's another guy that's been pretty consistent as well with the bat. A little bit of an off night for him last night. Checks that swing, but he came in clutch when he needed to, didn't he?
That's it. You know what? You have a bad day, but you keep the boys in the ball game. It's a good day.
It's a great day.
That's it. He's a vacuum at first.
Sorry, but just to go back to your living at Langley, anybody back home that might be watching tonight, or anybody that, you know, any family members out there that you might want to say hi to?
Saying hi to my mom, you know. Oh.
Yeah, we got a pretty good sound of thunder, and everybody's leaving the field in a hurry, as it was a pretty big bang overhead here, and a pretty good strike not far from the baseball field. So I think that's going to put us in a little bit of a rain delay now, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to cut you off there, but before we go off the air, let's finish our thought. Let's go on camera. We're going to be on the camera now. So anybody back home that might be watching?
Just my mom, obviously, just growing up, her and I, just a lot of love for her. So just, you know, wishing her the best and hoping everything's well with her. And then
I love that.
Yeah,
that's awesome. And is she obviously your biggest supporter then back home?
Yeah, both of us biggest fans of each other. So
that's good.
Yeah.
I love that. Any siblings?
Nope, just her and I.
Just you and her.
Just mom and I, and we just do our things.
Love that. Good for you guys. Well, Ramsey Square. I'm getting you guys mixed up.
It's all good.
Reese Osselman here in the broadcast booth. Reese, thanks for joining us. Stay in here as long as you want, because we're now officially, ladies and gentlemen, in a little bit of a weather delay. It's an 8-6 lead for the Sylvan Lake Gulls. We're in the bottom half of this third inning, and you see it there. It is getting light to the west, so promising things ahead maybe for us, but we will step aside and we'll be back once we can get this game back underway.
The thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Another love grows cold on a sleepless night as the storm blows on out of control. Deep in her heart, the thunder rolls.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Sylvan Lake Gulls appreciate your patience tonight. On behalf of the leadership group and our friends at ARA, $5 beers until this rain delay is over. $5 draft is on right now for the weather delay. Please drink responsibly. The $5 draft will last until the first pitch at the end of the rain delay. Thank you. $5 draft right now until the end of the rain delay. That is on draft beer only. $5 draft until the first pitch.
Rainy people always seem to know when it's time to call. Rainy day people don't talk, they just listen till they heard it all. Rainy day people don't mind. I want a tear or two. If you're lonely, all you really need is that rainy day love. Rainy day people all know, so they can rise above. Rainy day never know. Rainy day people all know how it hangs on a piece of mind. Tell you I'm very true. Hold on, I want to hold you. People always seem to know when you're feeling blue. I step and striders alive, and the girls sometimes people do. Hey, lovers don't have inside. Yeah. Lovers don't have love inside, they just pass it on.
Till I feel your rain, feel it on my fingertips, hear it on the window pane. Your love's coming down like rain. Wash away my sorrow, take away my pain. Your love's coming down like rain. When you looked into my eyes and you said goodbye, could you see my tears? When I turned the other way, did you hear me say
whiskey makes my baby feel a little frisky. Back roads are bogging up, my buddies pile up in my truck. We hunt our honeys down, we take them into town, start washing all our worries down the drain. Rain is a good thing. Ain't nothing like a kiss out back in the barn, wringing out our soaking clothes, riding out a thunderstorm. When the tin roof gets to talking, that's the best love we make. Yeah, where I come from, rain is a good thing. Rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes my baby feel a little frisky. Back roads are bogging up, my buddies pile up in my truck. We hunt our honeys down, we take them into town, start washing all our worries down the drain. Rain is a good thing. Farmer Johnson does a little dance, crease on the rise, roll up your pants. Country girls, they wanna cuddle, kids out playing in a big mud puddle. Rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes my baby. Back roads are bogging up, my buddies pile up in my truck. We hunt our honeys down, we take them into town, start washing all our worries down the drain. Rain is a good thing. Rain is a good thing. Rain is a good thing. Rain is a good thing.
can see through the darkest night.
I saw her sitting in the rain, raindrops falling on her. She didn't seem to care. She sat there and smiled at me. Then I knew she could make me happy. She could make me marry. Flowers in her hair. Try to make it as an actress, acting in him till your back is on my mattress. 'Cause we're just an old flame, burning it both inside. Mash barrel, baby, when the match is on. Red thing I don't know is how the hell we ain't ashes. You burn me, I burn you, quicker than the corn liquor we burn through. I can see me sitting in the back of a cop car, banging my head on a window. I can see me slamming that last car shot glass, losing everything in my billfold. Ooh, that's what I do when I'm drinking about you. So I don't wanna go downtown, doing what we used to. Twist the top of another round. Hell, I got enough loose screws. I'm getting tired of hurting about you. Nothing ever changes. I think I'm gonna stay right here tonight, 'cause that could be dangerous. 'Cause that could be dangerous. Yeah. I can see me doing just fine with a Daisy Duke dime, but I don't see it lasting long. I can see me ordering too many drinks at the bar, get the bartender pouring them strong. That's what I do when I'm trying to drink you gone. So I don't wanna go downtown, doing what we used to. Twist the top of another round. Hell, I got enough loose screws. I'm getting tired of hurting about you. Nothing ever changes. I think I'm gonna stay right here tonight, 'cause that could be dangerous. 'Cause that could be dangerous. Yeah, 'cause you got somebody else that you've been fooling. Them same tricks up your sleeve, yeah. Ooh, I'd usually be the type to be out too, but you ruined that for me. So I don't wanna go downtown, do what we used to. Twist the top of another round. Hell, I got enough loose screws. I'm getting tired of hurting about you. Nothing ever changes. I think I'm gonna stay right here tonight, 'cause that could be dangerous. 'Cause that could be dangerous. Dangerous. That could be dangerous.
Ladies and gentlemen, official update from our umpire crew tonight. 9:20 will be the first pitch of this ball game. 9:20. The time right now is 9:01. 9:01 right now. We're 19 minutes away from the first pitch of this ball game. The pitchers, the players, they're on their way down. We'll get the pitchers in the bullpen. We'll make sure the field is safe, and we'll get this game back in action. This weather delay is still on, and you can enjoy $5 draft for the next 20 minutes until the first pitch. Enjoy.
was raced off of Route 3, out past where the blacktop ends. We'd walk to church on Sunday morning, race barefoot back to Johnson's fence. That's where I first saw Mary, on that roadside picking blackberries. That summer I turned a corner in my soul down that red dirt road. It's where I drank my first beer. It's where I found Jesus. Where I wrecked my first car. I tore it all to pieces. I learned the path to heaven is full of sinners and believers. Learned that happiness on earth ain't just for high achievers. I've come to know there's life at both ends of that red dirt road.
It's 10 minutes after 9 p.m. now. First pitch of this ball game has been rescheduled for 9:20. This is your 10-minute call on the $5 weather delay draft. 10-minute call until the first pitch of this ball game. Thank you.
Out in the middle of the night, throw rocks at her bedroom window. We turn out the headlights, drive by the moonlight, talk about what the future might hold down that red dirt road. It's where I drank my first beer. It's where I found Jesus. Where I wrecked my first car. I tore it all to pieces. I learned the path to heaven is full of sinners and believers. Learned that happiness on earth ain't just for high achievers. I've come to know there's life at both ends of that red dirt road. I went out into the world and I came back in. I lost Mary, oh, I got her back again. And driving home tonight feels like I found a long lost friend. It's where I drank my first beer. It's where I found Jesus. Where I wrecked my first car. I tore it all to pieces. I learned the path to heaven is full of sinners and believers. Learned that happiness on earth ain't just for high achievers. I've come to know there's life at both ends of that red dirt road. Yes, I've learned, I've come to know there's life at both ends of that red dirt road. Everybody's got a summer that they can't forget. They hold on to and go back to. Your mind's on the Carolina coast, still burning in my mind like a red sunset. Chasing embers till September, what I remember most. Bottle rockets in the sky, bare feet in the sand, bonfire in her eyes, cold beer in a can, moonlight on the waves, her kiss in the dark, fingers wrapped up in mine. Can still hear her laughing, see her dancing. You're making more than that sundress spent. Now who says you can't go back in time? Yeah, when that song, it comes on, I'm on rewind and I'm 17 again. Bottle rockets in the sky, bare feet in the sand, bonfire in her eyes, cold beer in a can, moonlight on the waves, her kiss in the dark, the smile on her face when she'd make me break out of my guitar and play. Want you to hold my hand. Oh, I got a hand for you. Yeah, I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you. Wanna run with you. Bottle rockets in the sky, bare feet in the sand, bonfire in her eyes, cold beer in a can, moonlight on the waves, her kiss in the dark, the smile on her face when she'd make me break out of my guitar and play. I want you to hold my hand. I'll take you to the promised land. Maybe we can't change the world, but I wanna love you the best that I can. Bottle rockets in the sky, the best that I can. Bare feet in the sand, the best that I can. Bonfire in her eyes. I wanna love you.
Here comes the sun, doo-doo. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome back to Gulls Baseball right here on FloCollege, brought to you by Visit Sylvan Lake. Thanks for waiting with us as we are finally good to get underway back at Gulls Field after a little bit of a rain delay. Rain delay that probably ended up to be in about 45 minutes or so, but the sun's back out. You would have, if you're just tuning in for the first time, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, it doesn't look like it was raining, but I promise you, the seats are soaked, pretty wet there, and yeah, right behind the plate is, probably a little bit wet. Outfield for sure is wet. The warning track's soaked, but it's looking like we're going to get back to underway here at Pagano Park. Now, in case you missed the first 2 hours of this ball game, you missed a lot because Sylvan Lake Gulls went up 8-0, okay? And then Energy City returned the favor in the top of the third of this inning, and they scored 6 runs, now making it only a 2-run ball game. And so Sylvan Lake does have some runners back on base as we get those guys back on the field. And looking at the pitcher right now, they got a new pitcher on the mound for Energy City. So it was originally Tavin Anderson before the rain delay. Now they are throwing out number 24, Aviv Babrov, out on the mound. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And again, back in the broadcast booth is pitcher Reese Usselman joining me here tonight. Great to have Reese back. Thanks, Reese. And how was the rain delay, buddy?
It was good. A couple card games going on, a little music, just hanging out with the boys, staying dry. Couldn't complain.
So runners on the corners here back in Sylvan Lake. Coleman Perry at the plate, and he's quickly down now 0-2 as he ended that rain delay 0-1. So it's got to be tough. Like, what's it like being maybe a pitcher, especially for you to, come out of a rain delay, or even just as a player, coming out of a rain delay and now just trying to kind of pick up from where you left off?
It's definitely tough. I mean, you get into that locker room and there we go.
Oh.
A little trouble there.
A little bit of a slip.
I bet you the turf's a little wet.
Well, and so this turf.
Oh, yeah.
And you know how slidey it can get when it gets wet. These guys are going to have to learn real quick. They're going to need to slide a lot earlier. And he kind of jams his leg there. Like, he's lucky. Like, Maddox Shaver maybe has to take notes now after that little slide, because I don't think these guys are, used to maybe an infield turf. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, probably down in the university college level, you guys probably have some fields that have turf, no?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it really depends where you're at, but I'm starting to see that a lot more colleges are making the shift to turf. Just,
okay.
Especially with weather, a little bit of rain, we can still play and practice.
Perry hits this high fly ball to left field, going all the way back, and it's out of here.
Big house.
That'll warm everybody up. Coleman Perry, down in the count 1-2, absolutely drills this ball.
He knows it, too. That ball was crushed.
That was a hard hit ball. You love to see it.
Just like that, you got 3 more runs on the board.
3 more runs. Absolutely back on the board now. An 11-6 game. It was up 8-6, and the Gulls come back with that. Not letting up at all. Holy cow. That was, I guess they picked up from where they left off. We talked about how hard it can be coming out of a rain delay, but clearly these guys make it look pretty easy.
They sure do. Coleman seemed ready to go.
Wow.
That's something you could tell with a high-level athlete is if they're able to just flip it on or off, and I think he just proved that right there.
Oh, my goodness. He's got a strong bat. We've seen it from him. I mean, good arm over at first. And that's probably nice for a pitcher to know that you got some good infielders behind you to kind of help make plays if, say, the ball is going to be, in play off the bat.
Makes it so much easier just knowing that you don't have to strike everybody out, and if there's a ball in play, especially with our guys, it's like, man, if it's in the gap, there's a good chance our guys are going to still go get it and make a play. So gives you a lot more freedom to just work in the zone and do what you got to do.
And Perry, I mean, we've seen a couple plays already tonight, even this past week, that he's taking those 1 hopper, 2 hoppers off the turf and scooping them pretty cleanly.
No problem. He's a vacuum over there.
A vacuum.
Yeah, any ball hit, it seems like he grabs it. And then, what else do you want from a first baseman?
Another hard hit ball to center field. This is going to be caught, though, by Stephen Fermin. It was
swing.
Kind of absolute great swing, great contact. It almost made its way to the warning track, but that will bring up out number 2 now of this inning after the Gulls have added 3 more on the board. Now 11-6, Gulls lead it. And yes, we are only in the bottom of the third, partially due to a rain delay, but also partially due to the offense just being hotter than a desert right now. Absolutely insane. 11 runs in 3 innings, and we're not even complete those 3 innings just yet.
Good old rubber match.
It really is.
That is.
Yeah, I mean, as a pitcher, you don't want to see that.
Nope. No, you do not.
No. But what can you say, Reese, with, this is another year in Sylvan Lake for you. What's one of your, I guess, favorite things about being here in Sylvan Lake? I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Yeah, just the culture. Like,
yeah.
I actually remember saying it last year, like, just the fans and the people around us and everything. Like, I feel like everybody does a great job making us feel welcome, and fans really keep us pumped up and are into the games, and host families do a great job making us feel welcome and at home. And then on the coaching side of it, I mean, we got some of the best coaches, I feel like, in summer ball, guys that understand it and have good development. So it's kind of hard not to want to come back and just not want to be here,
Absolutely.
And, man, you're 5 minutes from the lake.
There you go.
Well,
it's a high fly ball and another home run scored here at Gulls Field as Coleman Perry adds 3 more on the board. We'll be back with a 4th inning when we come back. Back here at Gulls Field. Now here's a pitcher that was warming up throughout the rain, before the rain delay, and you know what? Looks like he's going to be good to go. And this is going to be tough. I mean, you get warm, then you cool down for the rain delay, 40 minutes, half an hour or so, and then you got to get warm again, and now you're coming into the ball game. So this is the first pitching change for the Sylvan Lake Gulls since Ramses Guerrera started this game, and this is going to be number 24, Jordan Clark, coming in on the mound, and not relation to me, I promise. His last name has an E at the end. Mine does not. So Jordan Clark, I do have a brother named Jordan Clark, by the way. Fun fact for you fans back home watching, just a little fun fact for you. But yes, so he's going to be pitching now in this game. Goes to the same school who I just had up in the broadcast booth with me, Reese Usselman, going to Hutchinson Community College. And Reese, we appreciate the time, him stepping in to visit and chat with us on the broadcast, but he wanted to go back down to the field and cheer on his boy Jordan and his teammate from Hutchinson Community College at field level. So Jordan sends this pitch in, and this pitch is hit well down the right field, and it is caught by number 7 in John Boy Rittenhouse. And he had to go quite a long ways for that catch, but he makes it regardless, and it's sloppy out there right now. It's even wetter now, and as you take a look at him stepping on the warning track, and he tried to avoid a puddle in that last play. So a great grab there. That will bring up Dan Kawanishi. And Sylvan Lake just looking to now, put away the batters. As Energy City, they were shown quickly that Energy City can get themselves back into this ball game in a hurry. So I know Reese Usselman was very excited to see what Jordan could do down on the mound and wanted to go down there, support his boy. And I can't blame him. And a good pitch there by Jordan. Jordan Clark from Jacksonville, Florida, and we got word from Reese Usselman, his teammate, that before coming up to Hutchinson Community College, Jordan is yet to leave Florida. So it's one of those things for him that he's not used to maybe seeing these type of temperatures where it's quite a bit cooler and all this rain and things like that. So definitely a unique situation for him. And then being able to come up to Canada to play for the Sylvan Lake Gulls and summer ball, it's a little bit of a culture shock, I'm sure, for him. And he gets the strikeout there. Looks comfortable here in Canada and on that mound coming into this ball game as he's strutting it off right now with that strikeout on Dan Kawanishi. A nice up high pitch, and he's pumped up. He's getting fired up. We've seen a few guys like that over the 5-year stretch of the Sylvan Lake Gulls being a team. This is obviously year number 6 now. And you've seen that a little bit from some pitchers that have come up to the lake. And I love it. I love the emotion and everything that they're showing out there. It is just so much fun to watch. It means that they're really engaged and they're taking that every game seriously, as this goes a little bit over the head of Riley Quack. Had to duck that ball. But it means that guys, even though this isn't their college or university, they're still taking summer ball quite competitively and seriously, and you love to see it. This ball swung on, popped straight up in the air. Gonna make a play on it is third baseman Maddox Shaver, and he will make the catch. So just like that, a nice 3-3 down inning for Jordan Clark in this inning, and they will come to the bats at the bottom of 4 when we come back. So believe it or not, we are in the bottom half of the 4th inning, and this is the 4th pitcher we have seen from Energy City. I mean, he did get the start since coming back from that rain delay to finish out that 2/3 of an inning in the 3rd, but this is Aviv Brabrov on the mound for Energy City, as the pitchers have not had a great night for really mostly for the Energy City Cactus Rats, but this ball is hit foul, and it was hit well, just a little bit foul though over the fence. But yeah, I mean, you saw Ramses Guerrero start to run into a little bit of issues after getting over 50 pitches, giving up 6 runs in that 3rd inning, but it's just been some hot offense, and this is a weakly hit ball, and it's a hard ball to grab, as that ball is going to be very wet now, bouncing off of that turf, and we don't see Umezawa miss those very often. If it's a dry field, he's making that grab and probably making the out over at first in time, but because it's wet and it's slippery, Umezawa had a tough time picking up that ball, so that will land as a hit for the leadoff hitter in this inning, Joey Marino. It's a tough play to make on a good day, let alone when it's wet. And so this will bring in a pinch hitter coming in for the DH. Since Bryce Turner started this game, it's now going to be Brooks Bachman, the returning Gull. And I was able to, pick the brain of first base umpire, Don Buskus, in that rain delay. So rain delays can be good. They really can. For a broadcaster, for some of the players, for us media guys, it could be good for us to kind of, gather some more information in the break and get some stuff. So I was, getting some information on, our, the score, if mercy rule with, if a team is up by 10 runs after 8 complete innings, then that is the ball game. So I got confirmation on that from Don Buskus. And I also got confirmation on how many mound visits can happen per game and all that fun stuff with the new rules, since this was before last year. And there's Don there at first base. Just such a great guy to talk to, always friendly. He'll never shy away from a conversation with you, that's for sure. Just a really great guy. Love always seeing him here at Gulls Field. Brooks Bachman down on the count, 1-2 here, and he takes that for a ball, evening the count. But a team is now only allowed, and in case you're not familiar with it, because I kind of need to refresh on my own rules and regulations, a team is only allowed 6 mound visits a game. However, what is not counted as a mound visit is when the coach comes to take out the pitcher. It's only a visit if the coach comes to talk to the pitcher and not take the ball away from him. So Brooks Bachman goes down swinging here as he takes that, and he knows right away, yeah, that's a great pitch by Aviv Bobrov. So that'll be out number 1 of this 4th inning. So Dom Giusti rounding out the batting order. And he squares for the bunt, but it goes foul. So Gulls maybe trying to play some small ball here, as we've seen that from both teams in this series. Energy City doing a good job on Wednesday night. Last night it was more Sylvan Lake doing a little bit of the return favor. And throw over to first. Checking Joey Marino. I'm sure he's now nice and wet after that dive, because that turf is probably pretty slick. And these balls are going to be slick too. As soon as it hits the turf, it's going to get a little bit more wet and harder for the pitcher to keep their hands dry, get that grip on the ball. One nice thing about Gulls Field is it does drain nicely on the infield. It's a great drainage system, but still, it doesn't matter. It's going to, as soon as it gets wet, it's going to stay wet for the night. And so now, being a base runner, you're going to have to really take that into consideration too. You're going to have to start sliding earlier, because it turns into a little bit of a slip and slide out there as soon as it gets wet. And that comes in and off speed for a called strike on Dom Giusti, down 1-2. So Aviv Bobrov is looking pretty good since coming in. Gulls so far with scoring multiple runs in the first 3 innings. Bobrov looking to change that, and he strikes out Giusti. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bobrov. Bobrov going to the Cook Community College. And that'll come back to the top of the batting order. Isaiah Nolan has walked both times. And quickly, Bobrov is up in the count, 0-2. And there is a 3-batter strikeout in a row for Bobrov, as he gives up the 1 base hit, but then after that sits everybody else down with a strikeout, and we are through 4 complete. Only 1 hit, no runs. First no-run hit inning for the Gulls. It's 11-6 Gulls coming to the field.
City Cactus
Welcome back to Gulls Field. Cale Clark here on the Gulls broadcast on FloCollege, brought to you by Visit Sylvan Lake. It's an 11-6 ball game after a little bit of rain delay and a little bit of really good offense. Yeah, this is where we sit right now. It's great to have you tuning in. In case you're just tuning in right now, the Energy City Cactus Rats have given up quite a number of walks in this ball game. I have counted about 8 or 9 walks. 8 walks, 1 hit batsman. Yeah, so that, I mean, pitchers have ran into some issues, but thankfully they found a guy, Aviv Babrov, who came in and struck out 3 straight batters after giving up the leadoff hit to Joey Marino, and now it's the Energy City Cactus Rats trying to chip away yet again at this lead, scoring 6 runs in that 3rd inning, but it's going to be hard because Jordan Clark is just heating up as he goes, and he's already got his 2nd strikeout of the night. So pitchers are starting to find maybe that rainout is what the pitchers needed in this pitching staff from both teams, because now they're starting to kind of get the better hand on the batters. So that'll bring up Liam Kirsch, struck out in the 1st, walked in the 3rd. And Jordan Clark is not slowing down by any means. He is absolutely dialed, and he's one of those pitchers that doesn't waste any time. Unlike, you know, Ramses Guerrera, he's a lot quicker of a release, and that one comes in with an off speed that really had a lot of movement, 78 miles per hour, and he is feeling it right now. He's strutting out there, he's happy, and yeah, this guy's fired up. Just watching him is getting me fired up a little bit, not gonna lie. My goodness, this guy's got some swagger to him, doesn't he? A nice soft speed again and that's gonna be hard when you're kind of fired up the way he is, to try to, you know, control yourself and still be able to throw some spin, throw some off-speed stuff. That's, I'm sure we're gonna see a fastball here. No, it's another off-speed that's hit well into center field. It's gonna drop for a base hit, and Liam Kirsch will pick up his 1st hit of the night. As we saw Liam Kirsch, he saw 3 of those pitches in a row, and he finally said to himself, well, 3rd one I'm going to get. And he gets a hold of it, sending it to shallow center field. Jordan Clark getting a new ball, a dry ball for this new at-bat. Angel Cartagena is at the plate. Already with an RBI back in the 3rd. And this goes on the inside, and it's a play by the pitcher who makes the throw, turning around. That's a tough play, but Jordan Clark did a really good job to at least give it a solid effort. Unfortunately, the bounce was just a little away from Coleman Perry, but that would have been pretty. Such a tough play on his backhand, spins and fires it, but unfortunately Coleman Perry just couldn't quite haul it in. And Perry's been really good with scooping off the turf so far this season. That one just a tricky play. So Cartagena, they're going to give that as an error to the pitcher, which I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty hard play to make. But it will be an error. That'll bring up Hiraku Ikeda. With 1 away. Cactus Rats now with 2 base runners on. Hits are even at 8 apiece, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, despite the score. And that's just a little low for ball 2. That's turned on right back towards the dugout. Got to be careful there. That hits the screen in front of the bench. Everybody kind of takes a little bit of cover. Kai Rempels being a little bit of a silly guy down there right now, making guys laugh. And that off-speed catch is the corner. Even in the count, 2-2. Jordan Clark on Hiraku Ikeda. Seiji Umezawa, the on-deck batter. And there's a check swing that goes around for a strike. And another strikeout for Jordan Clark. Putting up the third K for himself on the fence. Let's take a look at it here yet again. Another great off speed that goes down and into the turf. So much movement on that pitch. Hard to, pick it up. And Jordan Clark, and we see now 5 Ks. I can't count. 5 Ks on the fence. And 3 of them being from Jordan Clark since coming into this game. Seiji Umezawa was the big bat back in the 3rd inning that brought this game to pretty close with a big home run shot. Drove in 3 runs. Clark again with the off speed up high this time. Finds the corner. And Clark doesn't want a visit on the mound. Nope, he said, don't worry about it. We're good. So I don't think that'll count as a mound visit, because if that's the case, and if, of course, Eli Duncan does go up to the mound, which he's going to now, that's going to count as a mound visit. So here's a really unique story. I learned from Don Busquets. So this is going to count as a mound visit. But if the Sylvan Lake Gulls use all 6 mound visits and the catcher, gets kind of, some calls, called up a little bit with some mixed up with the calls, he can do another visit, but the umpire's got to go with him. So I found that out by Don Busquets. So they're technically, in a way, allowed more than 6 to an extent, but the umpire then has to go with him. This is hit pretty good into center field, but Dom Giusti gets on the wheels and makes that catch in time for out number 3. But some great play by Jordan Clark on the mound with strike 1 and strikeout number 2 to help out with this inning. We'll be back at the bottom of the 5th when we come back. So it's 24 and 24 on the mound for both teams, and this is Aviv Babrov back out on the mound for his second inning of work.
August 22nd at Gulls Field.
Technically, I mean, it's his second and 2/3 of inning of work. He's had an inning and 2/3 of work so far, so his second full inning of work, I should say, as he's going to take on Eli Duncan, who's got going for 2 for 3 on the night. Pretty good at bat so far from Eli, and he's already got a stolen base this evening. And he lines this just foul. It landed right on the line, but then it hopped just right of the first base bag. And Don Buskus right there calling it a foul ball. So good call by Don Buskus. And an unfortunate break for Eli Duncan. Otherwise, that might have been at least extra bases for sure. So 0-2 to Duncan. As he makes his way back into the batter's box. From Redwood City, California. Goes to also Hutchinson Community College. A lot of Hutchinson guys you notice on this roster for the Sylvan Lake Gulls. And talking to Reese Usselman earlier on. He was up here in the broadcast booth with us, and he said that he's currently also working on one of his other buddies, not from Hutchinson, but a different college, to come and play for the Gulls. As this is lined out to right center field, and it's going to kind of settle in the grass, in the wet grass, and that's actually going to hold up Eli Duncan. See, if that grass is dry or it's playing normal conditions, that's probably going to go back to the track, and that's going to at least be 2 bases. But it lands so softly and doesn't really go anywhere after that. So Eli Duncan kind of got halfway between first and second and decided, no, I'm going to come back. And then probably smart base running, too. You got 0 outs. Why force it when you don't need to? And a little bit of a wet infield as well. You take what you can get at this point. So another base hit by Eli Duncan. He's having a night with the bat, as is this guy, Maddox Shaver, already with an RBI single, another base hit. He's 2 for 2 on the night. Picking up from where he left off. He's come around to score twice. Just something to watch with this guy. And Duncan gets back, and he looks down, and he's like, well, I'm wet. That was a wet slide. Probably cold, too. And that's the thing. The weather, the temperature is dropped significantly here in Sylvan Lake. So, good for these fans to stick it out. I'm in a warm broadcast booth. My guys are in a warm truck. We're happy. We're dry. But everybody that's out there right now are the real warriors of tonight. Shaver takes that one up high for ball 2. And yeah, I think we're going to be able to finish this game. There's no more clouds that I can see that are threatening, that are even close to being in the area. And now that's 3 consecutive pitches that are in ball territory. And we're talking about the Canadian Tire seats before the rainout, and now those people that were in those Canadian Tire seats are no longer there, but you can see them in behind there. Maddox Shaver takes this pitch for a walk. 4-pitch walk, that is, for Shaver. Still 0 outs. And that'll bring up the big guy, first baseman Coleman Perry from Utah, who had a big shot back in that 3rd inning. Right when we get back from the rain delay, he, pretty much just gave the Gulls that momentum right back after, they were up 8-0, then it was 8-6. He just drove in, 3 more runs to really solidify the Gulls being in a really good lead right now. Up 5 runs. And that's a big night for Coleman Perry. I mean, he comes after a night last night where he went 1 for 4 at the plate. Obviously, that one hit was the biggest one of them all, tying the ball game, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. But, not a night for him at the plate when he struck out 3 different times. Just had a tough night at the plate for the most part. And then he comes in tonight and he just really puts some good wood on that ball. 2 for 2 on the night. 4 RBIs. pretty good numbers for Coleman Perry. And we're just near the halfway mark of this ball game. And I talked about the strikeouts last night. And there he goes out. Well, looking at that one. Goes by. Unfortunately for him, gets another strikeout. But still, having a good night. And that one does drop quite a bit. And I think, yeah, that's a pretty good call by the home plate umpire, Lonnie Smith. Coleman didn't obviously agree with it, but that was a really good pitch. Tough one to take. I'll bring up Tylen Graves. Got on base to a walk, got on base to a fielder's choice, has an RBI. Graves being solid so far for the Sylvan Lake Gulls. Two home runs, 6 RBIs, hitting .286, and he grounds this right to the shortstop and Cervantes, who makes the toss in time, but you could tell that could have been probably easily a double play. Yet again, however, that wet ball is really creating some issues on the infield. And Cervantes looked at his hand immediately after, as he had a tough time gripping that ball, and you could see that he just double clutched it, and yeah, might have even maybe even stubbed a finger on that play, as it might have just kind of taken a weird hop off his finger. But regardless, the runners are now on the corner, and now 2 away on the Gulls. Graves gets on base to a fielder's choice. That brings back John Boy Rittenhouse. Already with 2 RBIs on the night. Rittenhouse swinging on that ball. It is going way back right field, and it'll land on the warning track. That'll drive in 1, and it'll drive in 2 runs for the Sylvan Lake Gulls, as John Boy does what John Boy does best, and that is hit a long ball and drive in runs. Wow. Right off the end of the bat, an opposite field hit, and it just gets stuck in the warning track. So that is now 4 RBIs for John Boy. Good stuff there by the Gulls. Now up 13-6. And another meeting on the mound just between pitcher and catcher. So if I can count, and that's a stretch sometimes, I want to say this is a meeting number 3 or 4 on the mound for the Energy City Cactus Rats. And again, reminder, they only get 6 a game. And still a decent amount of baseball left. So the second 2 RBI double for John Boy Rittenhouse tonight. And I'll bring up Joey Marino, 1 for 1 on the evening. Two walks and a base hit. And Marino hits this on the ground, and it takes a weird hop, and it's a bad throw past the first baseman. That's going to score another run. So Umezawa has a tough play there. And again, is this maybe the wet infield that created a little weird spin on that ball? I don't know. But Marino gets on base safely. So you take a look at it, and yeah, just maybe a misjudgment play there by Umezawa, and he's not happy with himself as he throws it past David Simmons. And you see it again, it takes a weird hop, and then the throw comes way off the line, and an error to the third baseman. We don't see that very often from Umezawa. So now it's a 14-6 ball game. That's technically the first error for Energy City in tonight's matchup. Brooks Bachman back at the plate, and he hits this in the hole, out to right field for a base hit. Bachman coming in the 4th inning. He struck out, but redeems himself with that at bat.
The center fielder, number 42,
Back to Dom Giusti. So everybody's almost batted as many times as there's been innings played. That just goes to show how great the offense has been. This is Giusti's 4th plate appearance. And he's 0 for 3 on the evening. Runners at first and second. And Giusti fouls this back to the screen. Down 0-2. Giusti lifting this in the shallow left field, and that's going to land for a base hit. Left fielder Hiraku Ikeda bobbling that ball again. It's just and if obviously Joey Marino was going to go to home, he would have got there safely. But of course, with a little bit of a blooper to shallow left field, you're not going to take your chances. And now bases loaded, and we get a pinch hitter coming in. So instead of Isaiah Nolan, this is going to be number 44, Michael Quick, coming into the ball game. And Quick pops this up behind the plate and into the crowd. Heads up, that hits a chair and will bounce right back to a fan who one-hands it. Great grab there on the concourse.
Foul ball is here at Gulls Field. We're brought to you by the Hairview Glass, indeed.
Ball swung on right to the second baseman. A nice scoop and a toss over in time for out number 3. But the Sylvan Lake Gulls add another 3 spot on the board. Now up 14-6 over Energy City when we head to the top of the 6th next. right, Jordan Clark back on the mound for another inning of work against Energy City, and he is going to face Micah Cervantes. And Cervantes, first pitch swinging, grounds this right to the third baseman, Ad Shaver. Can't get the throw in time. As a good little burst of speed there from Cervantes. And again, that wet ball isn't going to be released as quickly. I mean, it was still a good release. It was just up high on Coleman Perry, but really good wheels by Cervantes. In fact, it's not Cervantes. This is a new, I just noticed that's a new pinch hitter. It was number 6 instead, who was Matt Verlack that gets on base. So Energy City looking to change things up here. Down a few. By a few, I mean 8. So it's just going to be a good infield base hit there by Matt Verlack. That'll bring up the top of the batting order, Stephen Fermin, who grounds it right to Shaver, makes the throw, and he's got him out at second. And that was close, because I thought for a second there that Joey Marino stepped off the bag before he made the catch. Let's watch this again. That was maybe a little too close for comfort on a pretty routine play. And yes, he just hung on that left foot for an out. Good job there by the Gulls, but you know, you're not going to be, it's one of those nights now with the field being so wet, you're not going to be turning a lot of double plays or making some big, you got to just take the outs as they come. For the Energy City Cactus Rats. And Jordan Clark not slowing down. One and one the count. Now we did see Jordan Clark take a little bit of a kind of slip back in the last inning or two, and wasn't sure if it was because, you know, obviously it was because of the wet mound, but looks like he's settling in now and starting to regain his grip out there as this ball lands into the warning track. Foul. That's Michael Quick now back out in left field. So he comes in for Isaiah Nolan. Used to seeing Quick in right field so far this season. One away. Grounded right to Coleman Perry. What a grab at first, and Coleman Perry making some quick work out of that. That was a hard hit ball, and it was a little bit to Perry's right, but he makes the catch regardless. Let's look at this again. What a grab off the hopper, and Coleman Perry quickly gets up and tags his base to make his own out for out number 2 of this inning. My goodness, that was some good defensive work by Perry. He's sure making some plays tonight, offensively and defensively. My goodness. That'll bring up Riley Quack, runner in scoring position for Energy City. Takes a good cut at that one, missing 0-1. That just missing down low. 1-1. Still a good buzz. It's a Friday night after all. I mean, what else are you going to do? Kids were using that berm as a slip and slide earlier. I saw kids during that rain delay sliding down that hill like it was a water slide. because it does get pretty slippery, and it's a steep hill, so you can get some good, slide out on that bad boy. I feel bad for the parents, however, as they got to now wash those clothes and try to get those green grass stains out of it. 1 and 2 to Riley Quack, 1 for 3 on the night. Ball swung on, popped up towards Coleman Perry, in foul territory, calls everybody off, and he's going to make the catch for the second straight time in this inning. But this first catch was something to watch, and we're going to play it back. My goodness, a two-hopper right in the mitt, tags the base, and just like that, the Gulls will come to bat in the bottom of 6. The fifth pitcher coming into this ball game for Energy City is going to be number 4, Daniel Patton. And as we get a look at Daniel, he is from Courtice, Ontario. Goes to Montreat College. The right-handed pitcher. And he's going to face Eli Duncan for his first batter. Tough batter to face tonight. I mean, a lot of these any batter, I guess, you're coming into on a night like tonight, the way the Gulls have been batting, is going to be a tricky one, as Duncan is 3 for 4 on the night with 3 consecutive base hits and has come around to score all three times. But, I mean, for Sylvan Lake, you got to look at this as like a really good positive thing, and this is going to be something that they're going to need to do tomorrow and on Sunday and even on Tuesday, because they're going to be going up against a very hot offensive team in the Lethbridge Bulls for this 3-game series. So, and you know that Lethbridge can put the bats together. So I think, this is kind of coming together just at the perfect time for Sylvan Lake right now. And soft swing over to third base, and the throw is in time, as that was the shortstop this time taking that play up in Kawanishi. In fact, Kawanishi, they've made some adjustments. So Kawanishi is actually now over at third base. And Seiji Umezawa is in the shortstop position. So I wonder where Micah Cermentes is. He might not be in the ball game anymore. So we'll try to get all caught up here for you, folks, as this is another hard hit ball by Maddox Shaver into left field, and it's going to land for yet, guess what, another base hit, as he remains perfect on the night. And just a nice floater into left field.
First baseman, number 30, Coleman Perry.
So yeah, obviously Energy City making a bunch of changes in the outfield. I just noticed this. I should have maybe paid more attention a little earlier on, but like everybody is different. Even the first baseman is now number 21 and Carson Burnett. So I'm gonna have to make some adjustments here. Coleman Perry, and they check over at first on Maddox Shaver, but Coleman Perry at the plate right now, and he's had himself a great night. 3-run shot, some really great defensive plays. Another RBI single. All good things coming from number 30 here tonight, and as same with number 16, Maddox Shaver. There's been a lot of players in tonight's matchup that have been standing out. So it's going to make it very hard on this guy right here in the broadcast booth to pick an EG Auctions player of the game. And that one does catch the outside corner. Coleman Perry, yeah, I don't know about that, he says, but had a good chat with him heading out of the ballpark last night after last night's win. And of course he had a tough time with the plate with that strike zone. Couldn't get on the same page as the home plate umpire. And now Perry again does what he does best, lifting this into shallow center field. And they're sending the runner to third. And Perry's going to try to get to second, and he's going to get tagged out. Good play by Energy City to catch Perry. Shaver gets to third. Perry might have taken a little bit of a risk there to stretch it to second. Gets the hit, but then thrown out from the third baseman. So the throw comes in. And then, of course, the third baseman and Don Kawanishi does a good job to then throw it over at time over at second to catch Perry. So 2-8, runner 90 feet away from scoring for the Gulls. Brings up Tyler Graves. And this is hit right to Umezawa, who scoops it up, makes the throw, and he gets it there in time for out number 3. Great play there by Umezawa, but the Sylvan Lake Gulls do get a couple base hits, no runs to be shown for it, and they'll head to the top of the 7th with a 14-6 lead. Jordan Clark still in this game since coming back in the 3rd inning after the rained out. Or I guess he came in just before the rain out. Well, no, after the rain out. My apologies. I'm starting to figure it out. And then he's back in for yet another inning of work. So this is his 4th inning. And this is going to be number 21, Carson Burnett. who came in for David Simmons defensively in the top half of this inning, or the bottom half of the last inning, I should say. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's late. It's been a night. We've been here for a little bit. This is a third straight game of a 3-game series. The play-by-play guys get a little headspacey right now. This is popped up right behind home plate, and it's going to be caught by Gavin Galenza, who comes in to catch this game. So Elias Duncan now done, and a nice play by Gavin Galenza to find that and make the grab for out number 1.
The designated hitter, number 22, Liam Kirsch.
So I'll bring up Liam Kirsch back to the plate. Again, Jordan Clark with 3 strikeouts so far tonight. Gets a strike there. 1-1. So if the Gulls were to score 2 more runs, keep Energy City at bay, then this game would only need 8 innings. And then the mercy rule would come into effect. But still some work to be done. Don't want to speak too soon. Energy City, as I mentioned, on any given night, you don't know. This league we've seen so many things. We really have. A lot of innings still left to be played here for Energy City, and they showed us in that inning of inning number 3 that they can quickly score 6 runs just like that. So it's a full count here to Liam Kirsch. And he's going to get a walk. It's the first walk Jordan Clark has given up since coming into this game. So his pitch count at around 48. Looking like he's okay, and he just gave a nod to the dog. I was like, oh, I'm good. We're good, boys. No worries. But just in case, they're going to obviously get somebody loose and warm up in the bullpen for Sylvan Lake, and we'll see who that is in just a moment. This is going to bring up Angel Cartagena. Takes the first pitch for strike. So, yeah, Jordan Clark's like, see, I can still throw strikes. Don't worry, guys. Cartagena fouling that back off over the stadium. And there's a beautiful shot. Sun setting in central Alberta. The grass is green, very green. Lights are on. It's starting to get a little dark out there, and some more rain just to add some greenness to everything. We got a little bit of some sunshine and some heat. My goodness, things are going to pop. Speaking of popping, that popped Angel Cartagena right in the back. So Angel Cartagena is going to jog down to first, and we take a look at this again, and yeah, ouch, right on the numbers, on number 2. So with only 1 away, Energy City starting to get some base runners on, and hope to start to chip away on this 2-out, or it was 1-out rally maybe, if you can call it that. Chip away at this lead and try to drive in some runs. Hiraku Ikeda at the plate. And it's popped straight up. It's going to stay just outside of the infield, and Tylen Graves makes the catch for out number 2. Good catch there by Graves. Puts up the bullhorns. Be interested to see if they do that tomorrow night against the Lethbridge Bulls with that Selly.
Number 26, Seiji Umezawa.
So Seiji Umezawa back at the plate. And he was the one that, with some runners on base, drove him in with a big shot over the left field wall. did pop out to center field last at bat. And he turns on this one, but foul into the bullpen of the Gulls. Oh, and 2. I would have caught that one if the mesh wasn't there. Probably a good thing the mesh is there, though, because that would have hurt. That had some speed coming back up here in the broadcast booth. The Gulls nest. Just myself here tonight. No Scott Stimson. He'll be back for Tuesday night when the Sylvan Lake Gulls return home after a little bit of a weekend away in Lethbridge. They'll finish that 3-game series, like I mentioned earlier on, against the Bulls on Tuesday night. First pitch will be at 7:05. You can tune in right here on FloCollege with Scott and myself. We'll have the pregame show right around 7 o'clock. And we hope to have you back for another night of baseball. Hopefully you can get your tickets, though, on and actually show up to the game in person. But we'll cover it here no matter what. But if you can get here in person, we highly encourage it. Get your tickets online at sylvanlakegulls.com. That pitch coming inside on Umezawa for evening the count 2-2. Jordan Clark just taking a couple deep breaths, trying to get out of this inning. Matt Hape walking down to the bullpen right now. I'm thinking this will be the last batter, potentially, or at least the last inning for Jordan Clark. And there's Matt Hape coming back from the bullpen. So, yeah, we might see a new pitcher coming in as he just speaks to his pitching staff. Great shot there, guys. Thanks for that. Calvin Bellows and his team at Green Onion are just professionals on the broadcast. Make me look good up here, that's for sure. I don't really do much. I just talk, ramble on. These guys make me look good with all the shots that they give me to talk about and everything like that. So thanks, guys. Great job, as always. Full count now to Seiji Umezawa. 1 for 3 with the homer. And he comes in with the off-speed, just missing up high. Walking Umezawa. So bases loaded situation for Matt Verlack, who had that base hit back in the 6th inning in his first plate appearance.
The shortstop, number
So a hole for Jordan Clark to dig out of here. 2 outs. Energy City trying to put a 2-out rally together. And Clark comes down the middle with a 86-mile-per-hour pitch. Showing no signs of nerves there to test Verlack. Matt Verlack from Vancouver, BC. And he fouls that back quickly down in the count, 0-2. Now Clark can take a little bit of a breath here, and he will. Very visible from up here and everybody at the ballpark. Just fighting this one to get through. But some good work by Jordan Clark here tonight on the mound. And he just misses outside. That's a good pitch. Good take by Verlack. 1-2. And that goes right up the middle, and it's going to be caught, but the throw not in time, as that was hit deep in the hole. And Energy City ends up cashing in a run. So a good base hit there by Matt Verlack. Great job, though. I mean, good effort by the second baseman, Joey Marino to still make that throw, and it made it close.
The center fielder, number 13, Stephen Fermin.
But a good RBI single by Matt Verlack, driving in Liam Kirsch. And the bases stay loaded. Back to the top of the batting order for me now. Takes that first pitch in for a strike. Seven-run game here between the Gulls and the Cactus Rats. It's been a hitting parade. 14 hits for Sylvan Lake, 10 for Energy City, and another pitcher getting ready to come into this ball game. There is a great shot of the bullpen for the Gulls. That's number 39, Trent Chavez from Casa Grande, Arizona. Obviously, he wants to come in for a new set, a new inning, but should Jordan Clark maybe not be able to retire this batter, you might think that they might start to get Chavez in earlier. And I apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrong. It could be Chavez. I'm just taking a guess here. I'll maybe in the break go next door and consult with my other announcer partner, Joe Whitbread, see what he's announcing it as. And this is hit hard to left field, but it's going to drop in right to the left fielder. Waiting for it is Michael Quick to make the catch. So the Gulls do get out of that inning, but there does come with a run scored from Energy City. We'll come back at the bottom of the seventh. It's the seventh inning stretch. You're watching Gulls baseball on FloCollege. Well, after some sun, some cloud, a rain delay, it turns into some beautiful sunsets with clouds in the distance as the sun sets down. Gorgeous sunset here in central Alberta. Great shot from our crew at Green Onion Media producing this game. Thanks, guys. And a new pitcher on the mound again for the Cactus Rats. This will send number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth pitcher on the hill, and this is Kingston Bejuin from Okotoks, Alberta. Goes to Angelina Community College. So Bejuin will step into this game. And I'm saying Bejuin because I swear that is what Coach Jordan, I'm going to throw him under the bus. Coach Jordan Blundell pronounced it that way. I know a guy that's got the same spelling like that in the last name, and it's Bejuin. But he made it clear that it is Bejuin. Bejuin? Yeah. And he's going to face John Boy Rittenhouse to lead things off. Not an easy batter to have to face, who's got 4 RBIs on the night. And both of them are doubles. another candidate for, of course, our player of the game, who was our player of the game last night, the EG Auctions player of the game. Having another night here tonight, popping this straight up in the air. This is going to the first baseman, settling underneath of it, Carson Burnett, who makes the catch for out number 1. Good catch there by the first baseman.
Number 21, Joey Marino.
That'll bring up Joey Marino. Got on base due to an error back in that 5th inning after the infield had a tough play to make with the wet ball. Bejuan throws 2 in the turf. And Marino lines this into the left field, and it's a good catch there made by Hiraku Ikeda for out number 2. So it's been a quick 2-up, 2-down inning so far for Energy City, and it's a good catch there by Ikeda. Bring up Brooks Bachman, the DH, 1 for 2 on the night since he came in the 4th inning.
Number 2, Brooks Bachman.
Bachman happy to be back in Sylvan Lake after returning from last season. Nice young guy. Great to have another familiar face here at the ballpark. And he takes a little bit of a kind of a half lazy swing on that one, fouling it back. Oh, 0-2 to Bachman. And he goes right off the end of the bat to the third baseman and Don Kawanishi, and he makes the throw in time. So a 3-up, 3-down inning, one of the quickest ones we've seen here tonight, silencing the Gulls offense, and it'll come to the top of the 8th for the Energy City Cactus Rats to hit the bats. Well, if you're Sylvan Lake, you're probably pretty happy with how this game has turned out for you, not only with the offense side of things, but how you've been able to manage your pitching staff in this game. This is only the 3rd pitcher that the Sylvan Lake Gulls will send to the mound, as they've gotten some pretty good innings of work from Ramses Guerrera, and then, of course, Jordan Clark, putting in a good stretch there as well. So after Jordan Clark's great work of pitching, they're going to send in Trent Chavez on the mound for the Sylvan Lake Gulls to hopefully close things out here and keep the Cactus Rats at bay. He's going to face Dan Kawanishi to lead things off here in the 8th inning. And Kawanishi spins all the way around on that pitch. A great pitch, 91 miles per hour inside and down low. were talking with Reese Usselman earlier on about, you know, saving arms for big games coming up and things like that. And Sylvan Lake definitely, you got to be pretty happy. You only had to use 3 arms tonight. If that is, if Chavez finishes off the game, I'm assuming. But you know, then you've saved some pretty good fresh arms for this weekend. That's a good off-speed pitch coming down the middle. 1-2. Chavez has the 1 win already this season for the Gulls. In the 1 inning pitched, just gave up the 1 hit, 1 strikeout. No runs. Even count to Kawanishi. 2-2. And the off-speed swung on, popped up, center field. Dom Juicy jogs it in, makes it look casual for out number 1. Nice play by Juicy. Riley Quack now will step up for Energy City. Only going 1 for 4 so far tonight. And winds up 91 miles per hour on the gun there. Just missing up high. Well, we hope you've been enjoying the broadcast so far, fans. Thanks for sticking it out with us in this very long ball game with the rain delay and just powerful offense from both the Gulls and Energy City. That has really drawn out this game as long as it can go. We believe that one of the longest games in the WCBL, from what we can find online, from my crew in the production truck, about 4.5 hours. That's not, I don't think, including a rain delay, though. That's just straight play time. And if you remember back to year 1, game 1 for the Sylvan Lake Gulls, I remember their game went 4 hours. Their opening game. In fact, the first couple games were like 3.5, 4 hours long, and I remember thinking to myself, is this seriously how long a baseball game's going to be, like every night? No, it just turns out we really drew it out in those first few games in franchise history. This game definitely creeping in on the 4-hour mark itself. With a rain delay, that is, a 30-minute rain delay, or 45-minute rain delay, but there's a strikeout for Chavez, his first of the night on Riley Quack. Let's take a look at this pitch again. Comes in and drops in, yeah, maybe some good framing there by the Gavin Galenza behind the dish.
First baseman.
So let's bring up Carson Burnett.
Carson Burnett.
Burnett has come in and popped it right up to the catcher back in that 7th inning. One and 0. Not just missing down low. 2-0. Should the inning stay alive, Liam Kirsch on deck, getting loose. And this is hit hard into the hole, right center field, and that's a really good hit by Carson Burnett to keep this inning alive, trying to start up a 2-out rally here for the Cactus Rats. Well hit ball, greatly contacted. So Liam Kirsch does come into this inning.
Here's the designated hitter, number 22, Liam Kirsch.
And a little bit of a slip there off the mound from this pitcher. And Chavez, you got to be careful in these conditions, right? Guys are going to take a little bit of some tumbles and spills. And yeah, Chavez might have had a little bit of a slip there off the mound, kind of took a stumble. Seen that a couple times now from some of the pitchers. And let's take a look at this again. Just the way he comes off the rubber, and yeah, just a little bit of a slip there right at the end. You gotta be careful, and especially when it's cold like this, you don't want to end up hurting yourself either. In summer ball, especially. Some colleges, university wouldn't be too happy if that was the case. And that one again. Chavez takes a slip there, and he's calling his catcher up to the mound for a little bit of a meeting here. As the off speeds is what kind of maybe seeming to be what's causing him kind of go off balance and slip on the mound here. That's up high for ball three. 3-1. There's 6 games going on tap here in the WCBL tonight. We get some finals from around the league. Medicine Hat gets down by Moose Jaw 12-2. Saskatoon ends up losing to the Swift Current 57s 3-2. That's a big upset and surprise. The Dogs do end up getting the better half of the Brooks Bombers. 10-1 win there. Weyburn beats Regina 4-3, and Lethbridge ends up just squeaking by the Giants with a 12-9 win. Giants did get 3 runs in that 9th inning, so it was 12-6 at one point. But full count here to Liam Kirsch, and he hits it hard right to Tylen Graves, who needs to make the throw, and he does, and a good grab there by Coleman Perry at first to retire this inning. The Gulls will come to bat in the bottom of 8 when we come back. Well, if you're wondering why we're still playing baseball at this time of night at 10:51 p.m. local time, that's because this was happening a little earlier on. A pretty good sound of thunder and strike of lightning, and it cleared the field pretty quickly, cleared some of the stands pretty quickly as well, and then the sun came out, a beautiful rainbow. That allowed us to finish this game, so that's why we are only in the bottom half of the 8th inning. It was about a 45-minute rain delay, and that leads us to our new pitcher on the mound, the, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7th pitcher or so in this game for Energy City, and that's Derek Appa coming in. So Derek Appa comes from Fall River, Nova Scotia, goes to Sussex County Community College. Nice to see a nice East Coast boy on the mound for Energy City. And he's going to have to get ready to face the bottom of the batting order in Dom Giusti. Now, say the Gulls score 3 runs, I think that ends the game. It would technically be considered the mercy rule. So we'll see what happens here. If Gulls can score 3 runs, game over. If they don't, then I guess they're just 3 outs away from securing a game and a win here. What has been a close to 4-hour game.
Center fielder, number 42, Dom Giusti.
So Dom Giusti going 1 for 4 tonight. And he takes a good cut at that, just missing. And we get a little bit of a visit from the umpire as the catcher might have got a little bit of wind knocked out of him and given him a little bit of time to reset here. That was a pretty hard one for him to take. 0-2. And a strikeout to Dom Giusti. Great pitch there by the new pitcher, Derek Appa. The East Coaster gets him, and even Appa takes a little bit of a awkward kind of spill or like a little bit of a sidestep after that, slipping on the mound. That mound can be a little bit slippery when it gets wet, that's for sure. So strikeout there. That'll bring up Michael Quick. Watch this go by for a called strike, 91 miles per hour, catching the corner. On deck will be Gavin Galenza, who came in to substitute for Eli Duncan. Quick fouling that back quickly, so this pitcher not wasting any time, working the count in his favor. Goes into the turf for ball 1. David Simmons, who's not in this game anymore, comes out to pick up that ball and hand it over to the bat girl. Michael Quick, he's from Oshawa, Ontario, goes to Bradley University. Fielder with, for the most part, with the night off, but then coming in. Takes that down low to make the count full. Michael Quick also had the night off last night, as John Boy Rittenhouse took his position, and Rittenhouse did not obviously disappoint. Full count. Fouls it back to stay alive. Oh, that hits Michael Quick right in the back. He's going to trot down to first to keep this 1-out inning going. So the Sylvan Lake Gulls playing baseball now, but come Monday, July 20th, they'll take it to the links to Alberta Springs Golf Resort just up the road for their annual Birdie Bash Golf Tournament. And I can tell you, it's a good time, ladies and gentlemen. From Parallax Energy being a big sponsor, all proceeds goes to the Gulls Give Foundation from this golf tournament. So always a good time when you can hit the links, and it's a nice off day for everybody too. The players don't play. It's coming off of All-Star Weekend, so some of the players are going to be probably, I'm sure, in attendance at the golf tournament for that as well. You know, looking forward to it. Should be a fun time. I think I will be playing in it myself with my company, the junior A hockey team out of Black Falls. So looking quite forward to attending the annual Birdie Bash the Sylvan Lake Gulls have and host every single season. At the plate, Gavin Galenza. Michael Quick over at first. Gavin Galenza hits this pretty hard. Left field going over the head and off the wall it will go. As that's going to be a stand-up double. They hold Michael Quick at third, and probably a good thing because that throw came in quickly. And Gavin Galenza with a good bat there drives in to 2 runners in scoring position. Nice stand-up double there. Galenza getting a little piece of the action. So I'm just going to say this out there. If this goes over the fence, thinking the mercy rule comes into effect, and that would be game. And Maddox Shaver can do that. We've seen it time and time again. He's been unreal with the bat tonight, making a really good case for, you know, our EG Auction player of the game. We've had a lot of players that are obviously making it hard for me to pick, but we'll see what we come up with by the end of this one. Can't say I've ever seen a walk-off mercy. Can you call it a walk-off mercy? I don't know what you call it. Maddox Shaver hits it high to center field. Settling underneath of it is going to be Fermin making the catch and making the throw, and the slide comes in just in time. Michael Quick with a nice long slide in for the run. So the job is done by Maddox Shaver with another RBI on the night. And a good throw by center fielder. And yeah, just in time for the run to be scored. So second RBI of the night for Maddox Shaver. That'll bring up Coleman Perry, who has had a pretty great night tonight. That goes up high for ball 1. Fouled back. One and one the count to Coleman Perry. This is Derek Appa on the mound for Energy City. 1-1 looking for the last out. Perry fouling that back to the screen. And he's going to ask for a little bit of a new bat. Something's going on with that bat. Maybe something cracked on that last contact. Maybe he just wants a dry handle. Let's take a look here as we watch this go back. And he instantly looks at his hand. You know, his hand slipped. I think he's just trying to get a drier bat. A little bit better grip. So we'll see if that helps Coleman Perry here. 1-2 count to him. Runner at second. That's Gavin Galenza. And Perry with a good take there. Just the way his luck has been the last 2 days, he almost wondered there for a second. Are we going to see that be a ball, be a strike? But it goes in his favor. It's even count. Oh. Wow, that was close. Does it get any closer than that, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know. It didn't hit him. But my goodness, from up here, it looked sure close. Oh, wow. Talk about the matrix on this guy. Just pulled back in time. Whew. That had to have at least brushed a couple arm hairs on the way by. Full count to Coleman. And Perry hits this high in the air to right field, and the catch is made, and that will retire the 8th inning. So, Sylvan Lake Gulls 3 outs away from registering their 3rd win of the season. Trent Chavez looking to close things out here in Sylvan Lake. The Gulls with a commanding 15-7 lead over the Energy City Cactus Rats, and just 3 outs away from taking not only this 3-game series, but bringing this team back to 500 on the year and taking 3rd place in the West Division. So he's going to face Angel Cartagena to lead things off in the 9th. And it is quickly grounded to Shaver, who grounds it, or fields it, I should say, and makes the play in time for out number 1. First pitch swinging, first out. Cartagena just kind of comes over top of that, and, you know, good job there, and a good scoop yet again by Coleman Perry. I mean, he is just, like Reese Usselman said, a vacuum over at first. I'll bring up here Kuakeda. Pitch just missing inside, ball 1. Oh, what a snag there by the umpire. Gets a little bit of a round of applause there. A little windmill action. He even showed it off a bit there. That was nice. Let's watch this as this was tipped back to the umpire, fell right off the bat, and then whoop, yep, got it. That was flashy, Mr. Smith. Oh my goodness. That was fun. And an off speed has Ikeda way out in front. I love the wave at the crowd after, too. Like, he knew what he was doing with that catch. Oh, that kind of might have just made my night, to be honest with you. Hiraku Ikeda down in the count, 1-2. And that pitch outside evens the count. Oh, Lonnie Smith. Don't change. That was good. Some good reflexes there by the umpire. Get a mid on this guy. And that off speed, just missing. Had a lot of movement. Had Ikeda turning around, trying to avoid getting hit from that ball, but then it ended up kind of coming close to the strike zone, to be honest with you. Looked like it did anyways from my angle, my advantage point. You at home probably have a lot better of an advantage point than I do, even though I got a TV screen right in front of me that I could be looking at right now. But they're going to walk Ikeda here. So first base runner on for Cactus Rats, and they got some work to do if they're going to get back into this ball game.
The third baseman, number 26.
Bring up Seiji Umezawa. Big home run back in that third inning. And then since then, pretty much Energy City's been quiet and shut down, other than that one run in the 7th inning. But yeah, that was the biggest inning for Energy City. Something that kind of drove some momentum back in their favor, but then a little bit of a rain delay, and then coming out of the rain delay, Coleman Perry shut things down pretty quickly. I'm going to throw over to first to check at Coleman Perry. Speaking of the man himself, just to keep Hiraku Ikeda in check. And that's fouled back. Umezawa down to his last strike. They check him again. Some pretty rowdy fans in the crowd, still very engaged in this game. You can hear some chirping and yelling going on down the field. More just all playful, of course. Nothing mean, more just saying he's going to, or swing batter, the typical things that you hear at a ballpark. Umezawa stays alive with that tipped back foul. So some upsets in the WCBL tonight, being, as I mentioned earlier, Saskatoon losing to Swift Current, Weyburn beating Regina. And that's in the turf. Good stop there by Gavin Galenza. 1-2. Umezawa really doing a good job this at bat, trying to get himself the pitch he wants. Meanwhile, Chavez looking just to shut things down here. And he will. With that, off speed freezes Umezawa, and just like that, Energy City down to their final out. Great pitch there. Gavin Galenza all for it. So ring up number 6, Matt Verlack, to round out the batting order. Well, like Sabrina Carpenter singing right now in the field, I could use some espresso right now. What a night it has been here at Gulls Field in Sylvan Lake, Alberta. One of the longest nights we've had this season. And luckily it's Friday night. Luckily no one's got to go to work tomorrow. That makes it a little bit easier. And that off speed comes in, catching the inside corner. 0-2, down to the final strike and the final out for Energy City. Start the clap. Trent Chavez looking to close things out here, and it is hit good right to the second baseman, but the play made by Marino over to Coleman Perry, and that will do it for this ball game. The Sylvan Lake Gulls offense comes in huge, and it heats up, going 15 runs over the course of 8.5 innings. They defeat the Energy City Cactus Rats 15-7. What a game it was here at Gulls Field, a long one at that. The Bats were just rolling in those first 3 innings. They came back in the 5th inning with 3 more runs scored, just a little bit of another one added in the 8th inning. But yeah, my goodness, what a game for Sylvan Lake, taking this one in full control over Energy City. And yeah, it was a fun one to watch. If you're a person that likes to see strong offense, then you're definitely somebody that really enjoyed this ball game. And Energy City, give them credit. They made it a game in that 3rd inning to make things interesting. But we'll hand things down to the guy that really added that insurance for Sylvan Lake in that 3rd inning, Coleman Perry, standing by with Jared Waldo.
Joe, it's your EG Auctions player of the game. Say hello to your first baseman, Coleman Perry. Big win tonight, Coleman. First off, take us through it. Tell us about the win.
Oh, you know, it was just a bunch of fellas out here playing ball. I mean, we had that rain delay, so, you know, we had to come out here swinging afterwards. I mean, I was telling my coaches either a strikeout or a home run after the rain delay, so glad it went the other way, you know.
Well, you know, and you guys got out to a really good start as well, and then we went into the rain delay. You know, sometimes that can be steal your momentum. Sometimes it allows you a chance to refocus and reset. Just talk about when you guys were taking that break. You guys talk about it, you just stay loose. So take us through that process.
Well, most of us went up to the clubby, and we had a couple of fellas playing cards. So I guess we're trying to stay loose and, you know, just enjoy the game. So, yeah, it was pretty fun up there, yeah.
I mean, the bat was working for you, 3-run shot, but we also saw you make that quick stab there at first base. Tell us about playing first base, where you were from, where you're from, Utah, college, university, and then playing for the Gulls. Take us through playing first base.
Yeah, so I played at American Fork High School, and they were kind of a defensive dominant, you know, school. I mean, we were pretty good, so yeah, I mean, I guess playing there is what kind of got me a good glove at first base. So, I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, we appreciate your efforts here tonight. Big win, 2 in a row. Nice to take that rubber match and get the win here tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Your EG Auctions player of the game, first baseman Coleman Perry. Coleman, congratulations on the win.
I love it. Coleman Perry, your EG Auctions player of the game. And, you know, just a couple fellas playing baseball and a couple fellas playing some cards up during that rain delay as well. So Coleman Perry never disappoints. Great first post-game interview from him, as he is our EG Auctions player of the game, and a good turnaround for him too. You know, like we said, he went 1 for 4 at the dish last night, 3 strikeouts, just a little bit of a night that was a little off for him. But then tonight he says, oh, after that rain delay, I told coaches it's either a home run or a strikeout, and he was glad it went the other way. And the Gulls are also happy this game went the other way, as they were dominant right from the get-go. Ramses Guerrero, they had Sully getting everybody loose to start this game. And how about Maddox Shaver continued to do what he does best as well. Bryce Turner knocking in a run, and Maddox Shaver in his wheelhouse making the throw with that connection over to Coleman Perry. Just great offense dominance by the Gulls. Great to have Reese Osselman here in the broadcast booth joining me as well. Thanks for visiting me, Reese. Always a pleasure. The rain definitely sat in, but you know, that put a little bit of a damper on things. But then how about Coleman Perry? He just comes back and heats things back up with the sun coming out to play. So the Sylvan Lake Gulls will now visit Lethbridge for a couple games before returning home here at Tuesday night. We will get set for the Lethbridge Bulls. Sylvan Lake Gulls take this one 15-7. For Reese Osselman joining me, thanks again, the crew at Green Onion Media. I'm Cale Clark with another bird's eye view on this one. Good night.